Good evening! Tonight, we're continuing Smol Caetsu's side quest, where we're doing Sorrow of Werlyt tonight. Hope you're looking forward to that. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a delay yesterday. I hope you're all doing very well. See a Murfolk, a Chris, a Tepsir, a Ymir, a Gazel, hey Shurakai, a Zach, a Aradel. Hope you're all doing very well. I'm doing a lot better today, fortunately. Hey Ajibuster, hope you're doing well as well. We're having Smol Caetsu. Oh yeah. That's why she's brought her big hat. It makes her look smart and like an engineer. Something that I'd like to say before I forget later, that Thursday on the solo challenge stream, a bug seemed to happen with YouTube. I don't know how many got affected by it, but apparently, I believe it was both Murfolk and Aradel that basically like 60 or 70% through the stream, their messages just stopped going into chat. Like they wrote something and no one else could see it. And YouTube never told them. It was like a shadow ban kind of effect. I'm guessing, I'm hoping that it was a bug and that it has since been resolved. But I just wanted to mention it. If you're noticing that I'm not responding at all to your messages and no one else seems to be acknowledging that you're saying something, that might be what is happening. And if you're not sure, then you can like if you say something like, can you see my messages, or something like that, or are my messages going through, or something like that, hopefully I will see it and say something, or someone else will. So if you don't, if no one seems to be acknowledging what you're saying, then try that. Then you'll at least know. I don't really have a solution for it on account of, I don't know why it is happening. So I can't really do very much about it, but if we do discover that that is a problem, then at least you know that maybe you can communicate with some people in on the Discord, for example, instead of just being completely ignored. Like it's better than nothing. And now you can use emotes again. Wow. Nice work, YouTube. At least you fixed one thing, right? But yeah, I just wanted to say that because I learned after the fact that this problem was a problem that was present, and I couldn't really I was sitting there wondering why certain people who were active in the chat early in the stream just suddenly went completely quiet. Oh, we don't need... Why did I store this? Well, no, I don't need that. That should still work for level 70 specifically. I'm pretty sure that should still work for one. Now I realize why I kept that. Hey Magi, look at the Magi. Hope you're doing well. Google small indie team. You don't need earrings until 80. My retainer will need earrings at 71 because she can't have my fancy schmancy earring. I'll need this for leveling a tank very soon. Is this Burn the Bad stream? I think it is. And hey Lawrence, hope you're doing well. Also, congratulations, Lokadamaji. That's nice. A11S. I don't remember if that one is really hard. Particularly hard, I should say. Yes, the XP boost applies to retainers. I'm pretty sure it does. And even if it doesn't, it's still item levels. That's not nothing, at the very least. Oh, hey Kids and Echo, hope you're doing well as well. Anything that ends with S sounds hard to me. Oh yeah, it wasn't to say, oh, only A11S, why not A12S? It was more to say, I can't remember if A11S is like one that is known to be especially difficult, right? Like there's a difference between something being really hard and something being extremely hard, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think I sent my retainer on a venture. I'll just I'll be back. I did see you, Emir. You did your first few pulls of A12S under the same conditions. Get back here. I am coming back. I just forgot to put my retainer to work. Right, so first clean inventory, get rid of all of these. This card can stay, I guess, but all of this? Nope, not having it. After that, we're doing a leveling roulette. Hopefully that will land us at level 80, otherwise we'll have to do a few more roulettes to land at level 80. Once that is done, we will start on Sorrow of Werlyt. So if you want to come along for leveling roulette, then do let me know. Oh yeah, we could also do tribe. That is probably better if the leveling roulette isn't enough. Ugh, only 50,000 points of stock. Do I have these? Oh, look, a new 40,000. Why? Yeah, anything Savage synced tends to be really hard. I can say back in Shadowbringers, A12S was in a really, really funky state. That's the best way I can put it. Where if you brought 4 players, you could ignore a particular mechanic, which made the fight easier. Or, well, ignore it. You could just put your 4 players at like clock positions 12, 3, 6, and 9 right off the edge of the arena, and then the mechanic just didn't do anything. But if you had more than 4 players, and by more than 4, I mean 5 or more players, then you had to actually respect the mechanic, because then you wouldn't be like, or like you would have to like kill off 2 players or something like that, because of how the mechanic resolved. Which is very interesting, because it did mean that, like, my group, if we were 8, we actually had to figure out how that one mechanic worked, because the boss would be... Oh, that is very cherry pink. That boss would be capable of beating us before we could just overwhelm it with damage. Whereas, if we were 4, the fight would take a little less time, but it wouldn't be even remotely problematic to kill it in general. Does anyone else want to come along for a leveling roulette? Or is it just me and Emir? Well, I see 2 people waiting at the locks. If you want to join, you just accept. If you don't want to, you just don't accept, right? But if you're specifically waiting for me there, then you can join me for a roulette if you want. Orion says, I want to join, still need to log in. Okay, well, if there's either one that doesn't actually want to join, then we can adjust around that. Okay, well, there is space for you, Ryan. Aerodel gave their seat. Just let me know when you are on Alpha Light. I see Gazel is able to tank. That's great. I'll remember to turn on limited leveling roulette while I remember. Such a kind community. Aerodil specifically has said to me that they would rather let someone else have the seat if there's anyone that wants it, but then we also have a little agreement that if there's no one else that wants the seat, I'll just invite Aerodil. So they never get forgotten. A kind community, aha! A kind community even. It gets crazier and crazier. Do I have your character on as a friend on this one, Ryan? Hey Makoto, hope you're doing well. Good morning from Denmark. No, good evening from Denmark to you even. And hey Angel, hope you're doing well. Daily reminder to deactivate your OS or GPU auto updates, or you will be jump scared by a reboot screen. Did it just happen to you, Murphog? Do you know if I have your character on Smol Kai, Orion? Which I recall you have two. Which one of your characters are you coming on? Makoto says, been party finding through P11S recently, and hopefully we get to do the mechanic we are supposed to be progging. That's the worst, when you are at a point, like a specific point, and it is like after a mechanic that that people tend to fail on. See, I think I saw your Asreta Emir. Yep, there it is. You just let me know when you're on. It's the worst when you're like, oh, we need to progress on the next mechanic, but it's after like the really hard one, right? So you join a group, they're like, oh, we're progressing on the next mechanic, but well, not entirely. Like that's not exactly how it pans out now, is it? Like, it turns out that half the raid kinda still needed some more practice on the hard mechanic that came prior. Like double meteor. Oh boy. You know, Gleaming, I think I did send my my Voidcast Dice stream bots. If I remember correctly, we spent like most of a stream progressing past the first meteors, and when we finally got it, and you know, later finished the stream, the next stream we spent like at least 1 full hour on re-progressing it again. Hey Zep, hope you're doing well. Mom, why do you never remember my name? Shut up, other Ymir. And hey Sip, hope you're doing well. I'll just do the good old double chug, because it would be very like me to immediately forget. We're probably getting... well, we're getting a Heavensward dungeon, I'm pretty sure. Or... Yeah. That's fine. This dungeon is always so awkward because right here at the start, you only get to pull one pack. Hey Oracle, so I'm on my alt, who we call Smol Kai, which is a character that has been played exclusively on stream. So anything, like, you can actually trace the entire history of what Smol Kai has done through streams, which are in a playlist. We're basically just re-experiencing content, you could say. And, like, basically, I will, throughout the stream, I will do voiceover for anyone who doesn't have a voiceover themselves, so I'll be the voice actor for anything that needs it. It's like just the, you could say, our little community here's homemade character. Smol Kai only plays jobs that the members have voted on, pretty much. That is of course not entirely clear from just the thumbnail, I imagine, but I tried my best. Hey James, hope you're doing well, and hey Bob and Rust, I hope you're doing well as well. You just started a month ago, Oracle. Well, welcome to the game. Welcome to Eorzea. And Samurai is a pretty nice job to start with. It has a lot of it has a lot of things to learn. So I don't think you will be wanting for things to like explore if you like feel like you're getting really good at the game. There's always more. And also, yeah, exactly, merfolk. So our friend with the extremely long name, that's Bob. That's Bob. Hey Eleven, hope you're doing well. But yeah, if you want, if you're playing through the MSQ, for example, and you don't want to read all the dialogue yourself, you can, with Smol Kai's stream series, which is a playlist on the channel. If you just find the correct episode, you can have me read all of it for you. And I also do voices, so. So if you can't be bothered to read yourself, that is an option. You just need to find the appropriate episode. Hey HK, hope you're doing well. Oh boy. That is not the correct emote. Oh, sorry. How did that happen? That's my mistake, Ymir. I'm over here fiddling with emotes and then you die. That's my bad. So the trick here is that these weird Spandul mobs, they apply a debuff. It's called Misery, but if you're within a certain range and use the emote Comfort on the player, you remove the debuff. It's as effective as using like Izuna, but it doesn't work otherwise. He's saying you should watch some guides to healing. Yeah, I know, Steve. I know a guy. Huh, that is an interesting fun fact, Gleaming. Says, did you know Alphino will remove the misery debuff from you? And only you. And nobody else will do it. That is pretty funny. Weirdly specific. But it is very much in line with how they're giving the different characters a personality in a way, right? Yeah, so have you gotten far enough in the game, Oracle, to be able to play Samurai, or are you still working on that? Like, just because you've played for a month doesn't mean you've, like, been playing super hardcore for a month, or even, you know, reached level 50. That is, like, an optional side result, I would imagine. No! When the boss becomes invulnerable too fast. You were a Lancer till 35, then you got Dragoon. And then you found out about Samurai. Some grinding... Some level 53 grinding. Have you switched to Samurai yet? Just checking, since you can... since you can become... You should have access to Samurai by level 50. You have switched. Excellent. Murfolk says this one was a pain to solo as Blue Mage. I despise the last boss. This one? Like in this dungeon? That... Yeah, I can kind of see why. I can kind of see why as a Blue Mage. If I remember correctly, it was weirdly extremely easy when we soloed it with Warrior on the solo challenge streams. Aoki says, where's your aura? This is an alt that we play for Smol Caetsu Sidequest. My aura is my main. Oh boy. Very far away. Yeah, I still have my aura, don't you worry. But I have said many times, back in the day at least, that if aura wasn't an option, my main would probably have been another field. It's winter, lizards get sleepy. Yeah, so Oracle, in regards to gear, it depends on... Oh, I'm silenced apparently. If your main quest has reached level 50, then you should you should be able to eventually get gear called Ironworks Magitech, which you can buy with Tombstones of Poetics. But you don't have to do that. At some point in the main quest, they will just hand you like a coffer with gear, and that will include basically a full gear set. It will not be as strong as the Ironworks Magitech, but it will carry you all you need. So for the most part, you don't have to do anything about gear. Nice. I see in the party chat that Gazel is saying follow healer for mechanic, but I don't know who's saying to follow me. It's a donut! And then a circle! The most complicated boss mechanic you've ever seen! Donut into circle! I think we can ignore this mechanic. Well done. I mean, Oracle, you can do, like, all sorts of stuff. The thing is, the main quest will hand you a good gear, like, will hand you good gear. The thing is, you will only have your... you will only have the main quest for your first job run through. So that means if you start picking up extra jobs, then those you would need to, like, gear separately. But the first one... You don't get the best gear, as I said, but you get good enough gear. That you don't have to do anything. You shouldn't need to do any side path. And I base that on the simple fact that Smol Caetsu here never had to take any, like, side paths. Lala is aura after a hot wash. She just shrank a little bit. I think what happens there, HK, is that people are just greeting too hard. By the power of greed. Wait, are both of the quests over there? Nah, 11 says, in my case, 80% of missed mechanics are because I was too busy looking at my rotation buttons lighting up. See, here's the thing. If I'm streaming, like, at least 50% of the failed mechanics on my part is because I'm reading chat. So, I totally get that one. All I hear are excuses. Well, yeah, they are basically excuses. The thing is, if I get hit by a mechanic because I'm reading chat, that's because I was reading chat at the wrong time. Wait, what are we in? Oh, Gazel is in combat. It's always weird when you're just out there collecting things and then you're like, wait, why do I hear boss music? It's a pouting hookah. And it's dead now. That's why it was pouting, I guess. See, Ross says, I try to look at guides for new dungeons or raids, but first time is always stressful. Yeah, I can see that. If I'm doing hard content, like an extreme or a savage or something like that, then I will watch a guide, if there is one. Like, sometimes you're out so early that there isn't actually a guide, or you can't rely on a guide. But if it's quote-unquote casual content, this is content that I usually say is meant to be beaten, which sounds ridiculous because extremes, savage, and ultimates are also meant to be beaten, but the core difference here is that casual content is meant to be beaten in a single sitting, like in that one session, and is usually a shock if it isn't happening. In those cases, I don't watch a guide. Like, I'd rather figure it out myself, and often I will do this content like on release day if I can, which means there is no guide. So you get to laugh at me failing the mechanic because I have never seen it before. There I usually have the advantage that I often play tank. So getting hit once or twice is fine. Hey Coconut, hope you're doing well. How do you mean, Oracle? Like a boss that is actually like difficult? Or how do you mean? Bob says, just unlock Passage of Arms. How am I supposed to use it? You can... The main way you're supposed to use it, like the intended situation where you're supposed to use it, is... the boss is not targetable. They are using... Oh, there's a level up there. Great. We'll do that later. And we're level 80. What spell did I get? Oh, Neutral Sect, and it landed exactly where I wanted. You have a boss that is not targetable, but a big AoE is coming in. An example would be... what's a good example of this? Maybe a Trial is a good example. You know, I'll not use a Trial as an example because I feel like it might just be a spoiler. But the boss is not targetable. They're going to use an AoE attack. You use Passage of Arms then, just stand there so that the attack lands. You block the attack and everyone behind you take 15% less damage from the attack, right? That's the intended use case. The alternative use case is when you use Passage of Arms, then everyone in the cone behind you at that very moment actually gets the 15% damage reduction buff for 5 seconds. So if a raid-wide attack is coming in, or a line, like a stack marker in a line, or a circle, or whatever it is, like if an attack is incoming that is hitting a bunch of people, then if you just like click Passage of Arms like for a moment, it still works. I can demonstrate it with Collective Unconscious. That is also a channeled spell. So I'm hypothetically I'm just casting Benefic instead of Malefic because they have the same cast time. But I'm like, oh, there's an AoE coming in. I do this, just instantly cancel it. But the damage reduction is still there, right? For a few seconds, just for a few seconds, and well, Gazel holds it for us. But yeah, it will last for a few seconds, so you can use it like that. But the primary way you're supposed to use it is when like a big AoE is coming in and you can't attack anything anyway. And the reason for that is, well, you don't want to stop attacking, right? It's the Oracle said, no, not more about the boss mechanic itself, but more about its aura appearance, giving off that crazy feeling like, oh, that's a boss. What would be a good example of that? I think a good example where you really go, oh, okay, we're not playing around, is Shiva. Not when you see her, but you know the one. You know, the snap? I don't know if Oracle knows, so I'm like not being too specific, but when you hear the snap, that's when you know, oh, okay, this is a real fight. Remember gear, right? We have new gear. If this and this and this and this and this and this. We also have this, but I don't know if it's better to wear this or this. That's one of the cleanest armory chests I've ever seen. I think we cleaned the armory chest like last week or the week before. So that probably explains that. Did I not buy two? Let Smol Kai go to hot topic. Well, we need one more of these. Why did I not buy two? Right. Let me just do this. And then we will enable die preview. Wait, where's my armory chest? There it is. What if we add this? I feel like it worked better with the other armor set. I think we'll go with the hat and then glam the armor set to look like the Skaven set. Use the Kamen Rider helmet. I think we'll do that. We will keep the scientist look and then the hat. Do we have I apparently have stocked up on glamour prisms. That's good at least. There you go. You're probably right, Angel. I guess we should probably wear this then. There you go. So we are going to be doing the Sorrow of... Oh, we got a card. The Sorrow of Werlyt. Thank you for checking in, 11. Hope you have a good day. That's fair. Look at the magic. It's just I just really like cherry pink. So if it doesn't look amazing enough, I'll be like, eh. Starts over here. Hey Tristan, hope you're doing well. What if I need that for later? I might have to spend 1,000 gil on it. Yeah. Or you sell it now, right? You sell it now for 1000 gil, and then maybe it has dropped to 500 gil later, right? Oracle says, I remember getting clapped in the Fall Guys event 10 times before I could purchase the mount. I don't even remember how many times I went. But most of the time I got to the final round, I just only won once. Yeah, if you want to come along for the Sorrows of Werlyt trials, you know, come on down to Alpha Light. Just let me know you want to be in the party. Apparently we're just going 4 healers. We'll see when we get started, I guess. Ah, Kaitsu, glad you could make it. Yeah, glad you could make it, Uther. As you may have heard, Commander Aldin has given orders to embark from Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front line against these new weapons. If they're designed to slay primals, that makes short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Belsa and his followers who've led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been giving as good as they get. Unfortunately, the sorties have met with little success. I dare say that they'd benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. Great. Oh, Orion, I wasn't waiting for your cheer. I was more just making my own little scene because it's like, oh yeah, the Empire's latest menace, and I'm sitting there like, having completed the MSQ, like, yes, indubitably, their latest menace. Oh, Coconut's here. I'm guessing that's Coconut in the chat. Wait, this isn't Boja. Yeah, I don't really mind, Orion, if you're like making noise as we're doing stuff. There was that one time when we were trying to do astrologian quests, and there was like this cacophony of spamming spells that made it very hard for anyone to hear the what was actually happening. That was like the one time, but like regular amounts of sound is like, that's the game. Yeah, you know, they're doing their best, but they suck, so it'd probably help. Yeah. 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 Kasani says, I wonder how far into the quests we are. This is the first one. We had to do a leveling roulette before we started. So we are just starting now. On your way to headquarters, I take it. You are not too late. If you haven't started on the quests, you might want to get a move on though, but if you want to join, there is 2 spaces. And Angel says they might also be coming. Fair enough. You just let me know, either in-game or in the chat, if you're there and you want an invite, and then I'll figure it out. So, your mind is set. Then I shall apprise you of the situation. We've discovered that the previously abandoned Ultima weapon project is being held by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Its name? The Ruby Weapon. Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosive we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and the Ruby weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any was summoned during the uprisings in Garlemald's occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. but its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that can be extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured shielding me from the ruby weapon's assault. Even now, he struggles to stand. As you can see, he's practically crumbling under the pressure. Damn it all. If I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultimate Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head, on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Caetsu's assistance presents our best chance of stopping the War Machina. It is true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be her, due to her muscularity and huge stature. What? Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? Let me think. I'm not one to back down from a fight. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We the urgency of our situation. You have been away for like half a year while this was ongoing, but now it can't wait. We have received word that the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. That is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there is no telling the devastation it will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. For a second I thought he was talking to him. It's just like, once you have steeled yourself. Once you've steeled yourself for the battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. I think they said something over there. I think they were talking to me. Hey Blaine, hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a little bit. What price must the world pay for my hubris? Yeah, exactly, Merfolk. He's just standing there normally. A short while earlier, in the Guardian-occupied city of Werlyt's Magitech installation. Commencing ruby weapon activation sequence. All units, stand by. It kinda is, yeah, Agibuster. Initiating synthetic Orocyte system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. Ruby weapon. Codename Darnus. Ready for launch. You know, the weirdest thing is they didn't have to give it a mouth. How else is it supposed to eat the primals? You know, fair enough. Maybe they should have given it a bigger mouse.
Eldeolin has briefed me on our mission. I'm to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the ruby weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid.
There you go, send adrift. Big fat tacos. Wait! We have a full group. We're doing minimum item level. This is going to be wild. That is an interesting way to meet your free company, Lokazamaji. No! My instant portrait! Ugh. 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 This is an excellent song. Memes or not. The humanity, the tragedy, the instant portrait. Ugh. Ugh. Enemy detected. Commencing attack. It is quite hard to hear the proper lyrics. I believe it's beat the heart of the beak. Which kind of like melt together. It's a little difficult to hear. Exactly, Blaine. That's the one. Thank you. Big fat tacos to eat. Well, I sure hope they are. Imagine if they weren't for eating. Flexiclaws. I can't remember. It's either stand away from the tips or don't. And this is stand away from the tips. And then it's get on them. Laser beam! I'm a firing my laser! Warg! Pretty sure it's something like here. Two stack markers. Two stack markers. It's two stack markers. It's two stack markers. Just two. And now this. Oh. Ow. It's fine. I didn't want my burst to look right anyway. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Stamp. Bonk. Optimized Ultima, by the way. Somehow they managed to optimize it. It's way easier to heal this when you have, like, 2 essential dignities instead of just 1. Oh no, it's a DPS check. Never mind. See if I can catch up on the text. I cannot because it is not in the oh, maybe. I'm sorry, I got so far behind I can't actually catch up on all this text now. I am Nail Vandanus, come to purify this forsaken land. Here we go. How about some ads? You know, I'm looking at all this and going, how can this machine do all this? But then I remember that this is a game with magic, so maybe logic isn't the first thing I should worry about. Enjoy your lunch, Merfolk. Dalamud Reborn. The slightly different game. Dude, Guardians straight up made a new stock of Dalamud so Nail could use a raid-wise. Right, there are 4 things that need to be intercepted. And the specific reason why I'm just commanding it rather than doing something about it is simply put because I remember from the extreme version that if you let a healer do it, you might not have enough healing to actually deal with it. Synced anyway, so I didn't find it I didn't see it as a good idea for me to intercept one. But in retrospect, they went down quite easily. Nice! Aradil says, I find it very striking how the second part takes place in nightmarish, ruined versions of the starting cities. It's like, what if we lost the fight at the end of 1.0 and had revenge? Well, yeah, that's an interesting point. It wasn't such devastation, but it was that devastation, as per his intention. Nice. Consumes less power for more boom, thereby allowing for more plushies in the cockpit. Very effective optimization of Ultima. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. It was very tiny and very pink. As ever, an impressive display. Though, as I'm sure you will concur, the Ultima weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. It's a small dragon. Weird. Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie? Father. It's been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot's happened, but I'm just glad you're all right. And now, you can come back to Garlemald with us. My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varys? But we know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything can go back to the way it was. The way it was, where we were attacking Eorzea and winning and stuff. Right? So we found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Werlyt. Lucky for you, eh? If you hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us three, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it weren't for him. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army? At this age? I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Werlyt was scared of the Guardians. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. All right. If becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day people will look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Then it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father. Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. And that makes you our big brother, since you're the oldest. You'd better be nice to us, or I'm telling father. Ha ha. Alphonse the big brother. The big smart guy in the group. Gaius has been avoiding paying child support since AR. Oh no, they found me. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us too. If we'd known that you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is, if you must go, I will not stop you, but answer me this. Who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Dale Vandanos has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was Melisandre. No, I refuse to believe that. Womp womp. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you, to all of you. Oops. We only want to finish what you started. And while we will never forget all you have done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. I swear it. To be fair, those Aura decided to be adopted by Gaius, kind of. He sort of just saved them, right? Was like, you can be here. I get what you mean, Kosadi, in regards to Ultima the High Seraph. It's unfortunately like, what we know about Ultima is that it predates basically Aetheris. Like, it predates like all of the story so far. What do you mean with it's in Zodiac's theme, Gleaming? I don't think Heart of the Peak is mentioned in that one. Tepsis says you will pay for what you did. Yeah, exactly. Like, you guys didn't decide to put one of your own as the pilot of the weapon, likely knowing what it could do or what could happen. Yeah, exactly. Well, not exactly, because I believe Melisandre was very surprised with what actually happened. But it was more like, they put the pilot in the ruby weapon, well knowing that if, like, they should know at this point that if you sent some big mega weapon that might actually win the battle against Eorzea, there's only one unit that will respond to that. Like, only one. There's like a 99% probability that that ruby weapon was going to meet the Warrior of Light herself on the battlefield. And they knew that. And no Garlean wins consistently against the Warrior of Light. So if they knew that, they should have seen it coming. Like, honestly, they should have seen it coming. Whether Gaius was involved or not, that is kind of inconsequential, right? I'm not paying anything. They need to pay me. It creased my armor. Oh no, my hat! The thing is, Tepsir, that the Heart of Zabik has nothing to do with Zodiac. So I can see where the confusion stems from, but I'm pretty sure that Heart of Zabik is not mentioned in the Zodiac theme. Yeah, exactly, Grata Magi. Like, that's why I'm focusing on the part where, well, they sent the pilot out into a battle they were probably not going to win. Like, that's what I'm focusing on, not whether they would, like, get overtaken like that. Well, well, Gaius Van Baelsar, we meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You have come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I will ask Valdiaulin to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who this Melisandre is? An imperial crony of his, perhaps? One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livius Junius was another protege of his. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then, my father and countless others lost their lives in the Boja incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus' orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider, to put an end to this madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was as much a pawn of the Emperor's as my father, and refused to intervene, and when my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. Gleaming, the reason why it is there is because it's a mix of all of the final boss themes, and one of the final bosses is the Ultima weapon. That's why Shinryu's theme is also there, for example. Not for any other reason, actually. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. But when we met at the Praetorium, all the hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Asians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves, was more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. That is actually also true. Blaine mentions that Shinryu wants to get you so badly that it puts his theme in front. That is true, and I can see how that would like confuse someone into not realizing that it's like a mega mix like that. If Sid is as I remember him, it will not take long for him to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. So she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Caetsu, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Nail Vandanus. Did the legators mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if data based on Nail's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? Yeah, exactly, Tay. Don't worry, she suffered immensely. A similar method of transference was used on the prototype Estinian fort, was it not? Your friend did mention he overheard the Signiferi loading various sets of data into the test model during the battle. It would appear that the system has been improved since then. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results, but in doing so, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you, yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There's one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you are in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest in Guardian technology, there are a few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. In the meantime, Veldiaulin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We will learn what we can of the weapon project and the manner in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we will relay it to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Guardian activity to recuperate. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Remember our agreement, guys. If you so much as think of returning to Imperial Masters, I will kill you. He will do it. And yeah, exactly, as Kwasadi says, the thing is, that is something that is told to us much, much later, but that is exactly how it works. But in both cases, the key point to take home, whether you know this part of the story or not, is this. The Heart of Sabik was not made by La Habrea, and it was not made for the Ultima weapon. It was not even made by the people that predated La Habrea, so to speak, to put it in terms that, you know, even an A Realm Reborn player would probably understand. Whoever made it, we don't exactly know. Not exactly, because we don't get the full story. But it has, as Kwasadi says, it's an immense power source that happens to be able to channel the power of Ultima. And this immense power source just so happens to have the additional effect of, if you stay in contact with it too much, it heavily powers your deepest desires. Like, what you want the most gets, like, overwhelmingly empowered, so you can't ignore it. Which is why La Habrea got a little crazy. So you put down the ruby weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mind. I suppose I should report news of your victories with the high-ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? I threw a card. You make it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. I do. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there, should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. If the Guardians pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Right, resting. Okay, bye then. Resting, and then, meanwhile, in the Werlyt Magitech installation. We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Ali. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Melisandre's death be in vain. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky oceans. It'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next, O ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. Foreshadowing. 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 Oh, a present. Oh boy. Caetsu, I'm afraid we haven't much in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take you to headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. Over where? Over there. Speak to the fella over, just his arm just stretches over to point around the corner. Over there.
Ready to head out?
Yes. And also very true, Gleaming. It's as if they're like, oh, if we told him the truth, then he'd find a way to interfere. You know, Gaius has put himself on this mission already, right? He's going to stick around. Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the ruby weapon, and Sid Garland wishes to share his findings. I take it you can spare a few moments? No. Very good. Please wait here while I inform him of your arrival. Then time happened. Glad you could make it, Caetsu. Glad you could make it, Uther. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Guardians have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experience of another. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior. Precisely, and we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention. Synthetic Orocyte system. Which is what, exactly? Well, the core of the ultimate weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabik by the Asians. We believe it to have been a type of Orocyte. I can't say much for the synthetic sort at this stage, but I've encountered a real Orocyte before. It was extremely potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabik. It's unclear whether the Guardian Simulacrum possesses the same properties as genuine Orocyte, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Nail Van Darnus into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since before the Calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first. The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted to the Magitech arm of the Empire's high-ranking officers. There's reason to believe they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, that was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. Yeah, ironic, isn't it? There's also the question of whether this system even functions as intended. From what we've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. However, it seems that it extracted not only memories relating to combat, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Vandanas. No, this is merely supposition. It's possible that being fused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legators to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when it deactivated, which strongly implies that it was the synthetic Orocyte running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. Hey, you Guardian, hope you're doing well. But even after our analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information. For now, perhaps we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Yeah, Ryan says, small guy, Orocyte is a crystal, isn't it? Sounds tasty. I will actually say the thing about Orocyte makes a lot more sense if you've done the Ivalice raid series before this. Because the thing that people use in that series to turn into the big monsters that they turn into, if I remember correctly, is a type of Orocyte. So synthetic Orocyte would obviously have the same capability, right? Incidentally, that is also where you meet the High Seraph, Ultima herself. So there's a connection there. So synthetic Orocyte being able to straight up turn you into like some imaginary being even. Like a being that is more than what it's supposed to be. Like Nail Vandanas couldn't do what she did in that fight, right? But because she's basically like an imaginary version, it makes sense that she can. Look at the Magi says, how dare they compare our technology to those savages and their soul crystals. Don't look at those Reapers. Don't look at them. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. To be fair, the Reapers were like ostracized and pushed away once they could deal with things without Reapers. I think Kosadi also referred to it in a similar way there. Crystals are put into extremely dangerous and negative light. Also, by the way, Wolf's Den music? Hello? Valdiolin has come bearing vital information. It traced the ruby weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlyt, which appears to be where it was built. Where exactly is Werlyt? While Alamico is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlyt lies on the opposite side, to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city, until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invaders. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It is also where Alphonse and the others were born. Now the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They have established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top secret plan into action. And might I ask what that entails? Gundam! It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you now, would it? What I can say is there's a starring role planned for you, Caetsu. Eh? I brought my pilot hat. Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you go off that easily, did you? It'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. You've been doing... let's see... Yukata has been doing P9S. I hope it went well. Smol Gundam. I think I have to leave the party because of solo duty. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. Kashlunk. If I remember correctly, this theme is like the Shadowbringers solo duty theme. I think you can replay this, but I'm pretty sure you have to like go through the quests to reach this. Gleaming. I'm pretty sure you can replay it through New Game Plus though. Here it is, Caetsu. Present Garland Ironworks adaptation of the Ultima Warrior, the G Warrior. Can I eat it? I know elegant design when I see it, excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. As is La, to be precise. We came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it would be a shame to let it go to waste. And you will be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head-on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the ultimate weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it, as it happens. But first, we'll need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. That's good to hear you got in. You'll get it down soon, I'm sure. Yeah, Sid just went and soloed Fractal Continuum hard or something. Just a moment. Why can I not hide you? Be gone! I want you to try attacking the guidance system. I just want to point out that they made this EP resource gauge specifically for this. Now we can fire our laser. Yeah, we should maintain Ether Mine and we should use Auto Restoration on cooldown pretty much. We should keep this debuff up on our target as best we can. It is not really worth using for the attack itself, but it's good to have the debuff itself. Pyretic Booster reduces cast time and recast time, increases movement speed, HP is drained, so that is something we need to keep in mind as well. We also have a defensive cooldown, or not even a cooldown, just a toggle. They put so much detail into this, and it's used for like one fight. Okay, so something that is important to keep in mind with the melee combo here is that the first step actually launches you over to the target, so it stops me when I use it. There is, unless you need to shoot something from really far away, the ultimate buster isn't actually worth using. I'm pretty sure that the melee combo is just flat out better in every way. And the ether cannon is only worth using on account of it being free, pretty much. That's the only reason. It has a shorter, or does it? A bit confusing. Use ethereal aegis while attempting to destroy the target. Well, I suppose I'll just have to toggle it in between attacks. Ah, it's using its signature move, an attack. There you go. So, the ultimate buster is going to be helpful if there's like a target we need to fight that is extremely far away. What if it actually heals you? Are you sufficiently prepared? Yes. Then we shall depart for Turncliffe at once. That would have been pretty funny if the attack actually healed, and then the barrier made me heal less. Surprise! It seems they were expecting us, but who is the pilot? Caetsu, we're almost there. You'd better have your wits about you. Do the thing! G-Warrior, do the thing. I have control! Now, get ready to strike. G-Warrior, engage. More big fat tacos. That sounds awfully familiar. Just plops into the sea, just plop. I didn't have control after all. That is so excessive. Have like a teleport system to like bring forth your weapon, which you're not going to hold anything else in that hand. Also, why does that sound like a monster and not a machine? Engage! Whoop, whoop. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Activating Oversoul immediately. Idra's combat sample ready. Initiating organic core override. No! I can't! Hold on! I will be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. To save battery, just use a huge amount of battery to just go sword. Should have started with this. Not a great start, but I think we'll be fine. Uh-oh. I didn't imagine there would be a wall there. Just hold back for a bit while we recover. Activate? Excuse me? Excuse me? Hello. Nice! That would have hurt a lot if I'd just taken it on the chin. Turret. Aren't they all facing outward? I don't think I made that. Nope. Well, I think we're fine. We're okay on resources. I haven't even had to bother with being extra careful yet. More turrets. Wait, two of them? Side rays. Okay, I'll stand in the middle here, but I'll use the force field just in case I misunderstood. Oh, it's already coming out. There you go. Now we never get to use that again. Why energy tigers? I don't know. I don't think there's anything with hydras and tigers. The target has been silenced. That damn squid never stood a chance. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. The boss there at the end summoned like 4 or 5 energy tigers to protect it while it was channeling the attack. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time. And with the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information. Before it is dismantled, perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. Sweet, can I have energy tigers next time? Yeah, sounds about right. I just get pyretic boost that makes me red. I don't even get to have energy tigers. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now, they're at our doorstep, and the sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, it should still be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Rex, Rykon, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that, while I pilot the sapphire weapon. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have one solution. We have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system, to prevent any further malfunctions. Now you don't crack out of the machine. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul is activated and the pilot fuses with the core, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself, but I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protected me. Now, it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapons and get out of here. See this through to the end. Do it for me, for Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. Leather. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Rykon, I won't let you down. Just promise you'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. That's a sad way to look at things. You all made me happier than I had any right to be, and now I finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. Oh yeah, that is true. In the Warring Triad, Regulus summons a cerulean tiger. I'd completely forgotten. Just randomly. The Echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? Oh, who was the pilot, basically, Gaius? You're welcome. Rykon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. It's as we feared. I'm sorry, Gaius. First Melisandre, now Rykon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. That is true. Then we have Nael Vandanus, the White Raven, Gaius Van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. What is it? Regulus? Was it Van Hydrus, the Blue Tiger? Bit different, but that works. That's pretty cool. And then Xenos, the raving lunatic. What color is he? Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Baelsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for Asians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet, try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us all believe, or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, in the end, he will always be a Garlean. Though there may be honorable men and women among them, I have suffered much and more as a result of their conquest. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Baelsar played no small part. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone, the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months, and it seemed they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at Bittermill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years I roamed aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you, and when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius Balthazar, on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke.
I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I've rid the world of the Asian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then, once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking.
I would have struck him down there and then had I not sensed truth in his words, so I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time, I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might, if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Asians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated, every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. That's such a sad story. Unfortunately, dealing with the Asians will have to wait until we have brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Guardians throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. And then there's me, the pink lizard. Yeah, indeed. And me, the baked potato. With our powers combined, we are like a handful of colors and just stuff, apparently. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliff Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please, wait here a moment. Okay. Captain Planet! We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they'd attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapon's combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from Regula van Hydrus, correct? It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state, and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we'd arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed. We may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Rykon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Improvements were made to the synthetic aura sight system to prevent malfunctions, and it was never their intention to create a manifestation of nail bandanas. But there's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Rykon were fully aware of this, were they not? Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you, sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines? Surely, there is no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family. A death's design indeed, HK. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I have seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. Then there's no time to waste. Let's be about it, guys. Zavera, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you.
Ready to return to Germania?
Yes. To Porta Praetoria. Thank you. Welcome back. It sounds like you've been on quite the journey, all the way to Turncliffe. And judging by the fact you made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan. What an astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting that G-Warrior through its paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I'd imagine. Anyway, as before, I'll compile the information into a report and leave it over there for your perusal, should you feel so inclined. If we hear anything from headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. Wow! Something to put in my apartment that I have. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters. I've come to deliver my report, Lord Valence. Valence, probably. Since it's one L. Ah, so you have returned, young Alfred. Or was it Alwick? Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valence. Oh, come on, come now. No need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be. When it suits me. So, tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best a sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and Gaius van Baelsar, my lord. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late. Defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor, whatever next. Oh, well, there's no use crying over spilled milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Werlyt. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence and pampered every day of their lives. Okay. Yes, they are quite valuable. Until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they are sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest. For that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now. Sid Nan Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius van Baelsar, of all people, get the better of you. How do you think this reflects on me, the legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor? Humiliated, I say. There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. What was that about?
Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valence, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development.
Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standards slip out now, can I? What standards? What are the children doing there, by the way? What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valence? Did I now? Let me see if I did. Ah, yes, that's right. So, you're Ellie, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans? Such devotion! What an inspiration you are! You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together, we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. Before we do that, can I have pants? Ah, it's good to see you, Caetsu. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they've found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. You know, just go
That way.
There's a party going over there. And here we are. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Severa, inform him of Caetsu's arrival.
The power to pierce the heavens.
Thanks for coming. So, what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store their weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We now know the code names given to 3 of the weapons: Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we are all familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least? The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. Which of course leaves only one option: the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like the Sapphire. Meaning that its escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected, and could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. And traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobo, Severa. It seems that the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely it was transported to another facility in order to address the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search to but 2 possible locations: Castrum Marinum and the Rotano Sea, and Castrum Occidens in eastern La Noscea. Both of which are known to harbor remnants of the 14th Legion. Your former subordinates, Gaius. Foreshadowing. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Diolin, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occidens, while Caetsu and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we will give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we are still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While elegant machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working... Aww. Slumping Smol Kai. Ugh. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is far from adequate replacement, I can provide an ironworks submersible to help Caetsu and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent ahead to Vesper Bay. A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Caetsu. Anyway, let's leave. It is time we departed. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. I suppose we are passing 14th Legion troops all that time, Orion. And here we are. Why does the Warrior of Light need an escort? Well, we were explained that Turncliffe is significantly far away, so I'm guessing the escort is like a pilot flying us there. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. But before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently, it uses some sort of levitating, hand-like appendages. 6 of them, in fact, though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. It sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy. But that's all we know, I'm afraid. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon has indeed been transported in this castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do likewise. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but these security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it is only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. We must silence the War Machina before this happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear it would only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Right. I will be right back, and then I'll invite people so that we're ready for emerald weapon. Alright, I'm back. Gazel says... Interesting, the quest name on my screen is called Alley of Sadness? I suppose that is very, like, a lot of foreshadowing in a way. So who can I invite? For emerald weapon. Who would like to... Maybe it's just easy if I come back to Porta Praetoria. You can see the people partying. What would a manatee limit break 3 even do? It would probably be very, very adorable. I'm pretty sure that Kitsuneko can't join. Emia's back? Well, see, we have 2 seats. And I see Aradel is here. So if you log in, Emia. Also, I'm stepping away from the crowd because I don't know if Kitsuneko is playing copyrighted music. Right. I think we should have a second tank if we're doing this minimum item level. Just in case, you know. But other than that, I suppose this works. That's very mage. Let me just do another ready check. Is everyone here? Emia, are you ready? Time for Castro Marinara. And I forgot to fix my portrait. This is it, the emerald weapon. I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. Look, father, this is the power that we command. We kinda know, buddy. We've done 2 of them. It's time for more tacos. Bean! Oh, right, that. Oh boy. Oh dear. Running, 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 running. We didn't need that space anyway. I wasn't 100% sure on whoops, all of the safe spots. So I just went for the one that I knew for certain would be safe. Nope. It's a blue circle AoE. It means there's a knockback involved. Ah, that's where your legs went.
How about the other way?
We didn't need that part of the arena either. It's okay. We don't need it. I think maybe the spin is faster on extreme HK. Could that be it? Or maybe it just feels faster than it actually is. It's okay, guys, it happens. Oh, you already got rest.
Get double rest.
Oh right, that mechanic.
Orbs! Orbs! Don't you just love orbs? We got this new tech from the Neo raids. Don't you just love orbs?
We're basically at the intermission anyway, so I'll just hold on to my cooldowns. Oof. He just barely managed to start the mechanics, and now he just won't die. Okay, Magi, I think for the most part that there's a lot of overlap between the normal and hard. Well, extreme. Like in this particular case, they focused a lot on just making the things more complicated. And here comes one of the best songs in the game, in my opinion. Better than Big Fat Tacos.
Not even you can be the Empire's finest. Activating Oversoul.
Belsar combat data ready. Initiating organic core override.
Ali, Alphonse, this is goodbye.
Rex, what have you done?
Look!
What is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow.
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire!
Exactly, Solization. We have already beaten the finest. This is Werlyt at the time of the invasion. Could the synthetic Aurosite be causing this? Yes.
No.
All right. Remember, this knocks you back really far. You can't You can't hang out somewhere in the middle. You will die. So the blue line knockback things, you have to like run up to the wall so you have as much space to get pushed on as possible. Because these knockbacks are not playing around. Like, they will actually kill you off outright if you don't respect them. That was the saddest time for my earthly star to explode you could possibly imagine. Form ranks. You have to look at where there's a hole in the lineup. That was pretty good compared to the other one. I think something that is really interesting to just evaluate for a moment as like a significant difference between the three Legatuses we've essentially fought here is that... Well, let me just see if there's anything story here. Blap. Right, so an interesting difference between the three Legatuses is I'm not sure about nail bandanas, but given where they ended up, I have a feeling that maybe they abandoned their troops for power, for example, or didn't care about their troops for power. Regular cared so much about his troops that he would often throw himself in the way, like to like reduce the harm his troops would come to. But as far as we saw in battle, he usually fought like a lot on his own. What we see the Black Wolf do here is he literally fought with his troops as part of, like, as one of his attacks, right? So you can see like a significant difference in how they worked with their armies. I just thought that was like an interesting thing. I'm not sure with Nail, because I'm pretty sure you learn, like, most of what you'll ever learn about Nail Bandanas happened in 1.0, right? I think that worked out pretty well. I've seen way worse fights against Phase 2 Emerald Weapon. It's very cruel. Like, those knockback beams, I just want you to know... those... No, I didn't forget Hydrus. I called him Regular. He's named Regular Van Hydrus. He's the one with the big two-hander gunblade. that we see in the Warring Triad. As I said, he would put himself in the way. Like, he would rather have himself suffer than his soldiers, which means that he would be a much more, like, alone, in a way. You could tell why Nail usually fights alone from Nail's backstory. Yeah, I don't think I know that much about Nail's backstory. Not that much. And so it ends. But why would Rex throw away his life for this? You're right. If I am ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weapon here sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the War Machinus remains. But you're right, Emir. In the Sapphire Weapon fight, we saw a lot more use of, like, auto turrets and, like, energy-based assistance rather than, like, anything else, which was exactly how Hydras fought us. So that makes sense. See, Aridel says, Nell killed her father, took the place of her brother, killed her brother's fiancé, and took part in the Boja's incident and the endeavor of bringing Dalamut on the world. Yeah, okay. It's a very selfish way to fight. We got here as soon as we could. No, not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Caetsu has once again proven herself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Occidens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we had never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then, Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he is finally at peace. Now, Sid, don't explain to him if it's worse than what we think. We'll do what we can to spare others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. Do you want a new jacket? With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald Weapon. Carefully, that is. Remember who Hydras fights for? Emperor Varys, right? Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Rykon, too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex.
Yes, that's what this synthetic oral sight system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us.
I fight for the Emperor! Of course I would. But what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives to the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Guardians lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, and an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. You know, you could do that by just not siding with Valence. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all. Except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Ali, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlyt's freedom. No! How can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. We will forever be at your side, Ali. Rex, take her to the holding cells. No! Let me go! Bruh. So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father. Is that right? Yes, they'll take Ali into their custody before the Guardians return. Well, you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. Hey Xanadu's, hope you're doing well. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You must not use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Orocyte system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. Alphonse, where's Edward? And here she is. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. No. Why, Rex? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. See, Xanadu says, I suppose that my statement I made in the Discord last week about Astrologian was an unpredictable bug, at least not with just slapping around a test dummy by myself. So, Xanadus, I will just reiterate that it is about what is more likely the case. So, there's two possibilities. Option A, you didn't actually see what happened exactly in the moment when you were fighting. Or option B, there was a bug and exactly what you said happened. It is way more likely that you just saw wrong, because if it was the opposite, then this would be a known bug. Like, the probability that you get told how the redraw mechanic works and then the following day you discover this bug is so incredibly small, so minuscule, that it's impossible that that's what happened. Which is why I'm saying there's a much bigger chance that you simply saw wrong. As I also said on Discord, our minds and our memories are extremely easy to manipulate, even by ourselves. You saw what you saw, and your brain remembered that. And if you try to recall those memories now, exactly what you described is what happened. Down to the detail, you pressed redraw and what you said happened. Even if what actually happened was that you either didn't press redraw, and so nothing happened, but you didn't see the card change, or maybe you pressed draw by accident and the card didn't change. That's why I said you have to get it on film for me to trust that there is a bug. Because it's simply way more likely that you saw wrong. For anyone wondering what I'm talking about, Xanadus ran into an alleged bug that they could draw the same card, or at least the same astro sign, but I'm pretty sure the exact description was the same card with redraw, which is impossible unless there is a bug, because we know that redraw is programmed to not be able to do that. And the reason why I am that confident is because, I mean, if basically for you to be able to experience that within like a day, it would have to have either you would have to be exceptionally unlucky, or it had to be a common bug, which means that if we had a bunch of people just standing there drawing, redrawing, it should happen regularly, right? That's why I'm saying I don't think there is a bug. And it's more likely that there was just a misunderstanding or you didn't see it right. Because the alternative is so unlikely. But I mean, there could be a bug. But it would be very easy to miss it if it's very rare, right? The way you would, anyone in the chat, the way you would be able to reproduce this bug is just, if you're standing around anywhere and you have Astrologian at minimum at level 50, just do this. And just let me know if you manage to draw the same card again. Like so. You have to draw the same card. Like, you have to use redraw and the card doesn't change. That is the demonstration. Anyway. It's fine, Xanadus. It's just that's like, it's so unlikely. It's just, it's statistics and probability. That's why I'm saying it's basically impossible that it is a bug that you suddenly discovered that suddenly. But I'm glad to hear that you tried to test some more yourself. Severa is taking care of Ellie, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled.
If the vision you witnessed is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she's ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures.
Indeed, the test has to be like either or spire. Like you have to draw, redraw, and get the exact same card. No less will do. If you draw again, then you restart the experiment. It has to be done with one draw and one redraw.
Allie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises.
Who did this to her?
It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied stages of bruising. I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters.
You speak as though you have seen this before.
Seen? I have lived through it myself. I was born in Werlyt, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlyt, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, and so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenos Galbus in Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Werlyt. While it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Guardians had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Werlyt. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, and it was then that I met Gaius.
So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I had always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station, and prey on the ones they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire.
Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Order, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps, like me, Allie thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I only hope that with time, Allie can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valdiolin's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there has been any change.
Oh yeah, I do realize that, Xanadus. My point was more that it doesn't matter what card you start with. Your particular situation is that you drew a card and then allegedly redrew the same card, which is impossible. Whether it's either, bowl, spire, balance, arrow, or what's it called? Spear. it's the same demonstration, and it cannot be redone unless there is in fact the bug that you say. What I think is a more likely scenario is that for example, you might have had balance, redrew, and got bowl, and didn't realize that you had bowl in the first that you didn't have bowl in the first place. Specifically, it is very easy to mistake that because both bowl and balance has like a little sun in the top, and the balance itself is a sun. So it could lead to you going, well, that was the card I just had. But even that is also impossible because you can't redraw the same sign. So I don't know what could possibly have happened aside from you just not paying close enough attention, basically. Which is perfectly natural, honestly. That is exactly the reason why I'm not saying that you're dumb or bad for making such a mix-up. I'm just saying that it is extremely human to make such a mix-up. It is perfectly normal. But that is exactly the reason why I'm so strictly believing that there is no bug. Because I've never seen it, and let me just tell you, I spent a lot of time testing these things when I made my astrologian guides originally, because I had to later check these patch notes and go, oh, no, well, they actually made it like that. It is not possible. Like, as I said, I sent you the picture of the patch notes where it said that they literally made it that way, so it had to be a bug. Xanadu says the main reason why I could swear it wasn't an accidental misclick of draws, that this was well into a fight and I generally run with 0 spare draws. It's possible. I'm just saying that, honestly, I'm not the best astrologian in the world, but you can find many cases of me going, whoops, overdrew my card. Basically, I accidentally drew when I already had a card. That is, of course, impossible if you play your cards as you get them, which sounds like what you're doing. And yeah, exactly, Xanadus. I've also attempted to reproduce it, but I can't. And with the amount of times I've attempted it, the probability of the bug would have to be extremely small. And then it can be just outright impossible to reproduce, or know for certain if it is there or not. Which is why I'm like, if it is a probability thing, then we would simply have to take the developers' patch notes word for it and go, well, they say it isn't that a thing. Like, that can happen. I suppose you're here to ask about Ali. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Ali, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Melisandre and Rykon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions.
Father, no.
This cannot go on. Please, Ali, you must tell me all you know.
Of course.
First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted.
So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valens van Varo was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varys to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even say he is planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father.
Valens van Varo. I must admit, it was only recently that I first heard that name.
Valens used his knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld. Where you treated those who serve the Empire based on merit rather than on their race or origin, Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Guardians are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge, all that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it.
Alright. Oops. So the marks on your body are his handiwork?
Yes, to Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain.
If I had remained in Garlemald, you would never have been forced to endure this abuse.
It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we'd wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others. But if we were to stay to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens, and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. That way, we might start afresh and find a place we can call home. And not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace.
You would give your lives for a future you may not live to see.
We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain the strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlyt. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You're everything he aspires to be.
I have failed him, failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens, if it is the last thing I do.
Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever.
Listen, Ali, I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, but the ultimate weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is.
He's... I'm sorry. I don't know where he could be.
In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you must stay here and rest.
Wait, you are the one who fought Rex, Rykon, and Melisandre, right? Aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask this of you, but... lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I know now why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend. I said loudly to everyone accidentally.
Severa, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops of Ingia? Your loving father act may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. He's actually pink. I know, Xanadus, it was a joke. There's just something funny about when a character is like thinking to themselves and you just see like the thought bubble appear and you can just read exactly what they're saying with fourth wall breaking powers. And just thinking, imagine if they said it. It would have been funnier if that was the case, right? Yet it is possible that what you saw was related to latency problems. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald Weapon. I expect it was another fine display on your part, not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account, if you wouldn't mind. Good grief, it sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with. Rather you than me. I shall add this to an ever-growing stack of reports, should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's correction chamber. Three weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Ah! To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. Ugh. And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius? After everything I've done for her, and this is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course, it's your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy.
You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now, let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bed, burn out the bed, burn out the bed, burn out the bed. Burn out the bed, 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 burn out the bed. Burn out the bed. Burn out the bed. The important thing is that Valence is crazy. And I'm just trying to give him the correct voice. What was I saying? Well done. You've all made Father proud. Very proud indeed. As for you, I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken, and since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as a replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius Van Balthazar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are! Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos as combat data, so whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic aura sight system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning.
Lord Valence, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders.
Splendid! There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who would like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. It does indeed, Ymir.
Anyway.
This is my chance, and it's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First Valence, then the Empire itself will fall, and we will be free at last. Father, keep Ali safe. Elisandia, Rykon,
Rex. I'll see this through to the end. I promise. Until then, watch over me.
So, is it ready or not?
The trial sequence has been primed, sir.
Then get on with it. Initiating synthetic oral sight system. Loading diamond weapon simulation.
What's going on?
You're helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald.
This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go.
You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it.
Understood, Lord Valence.
Galvus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core override. I don't think he's gonna live.
My mind is... No, if this is what it takes to protect you both, I love you. I'm so sorry.
Oh boy.
Where is my prey?
Organic core override complete. Xenos Ye Galvus data loaded. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey, right from the outset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Deactivating synthetic oral sight system.
How revolting! And what a mess it makes of the cockpit!
Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. Enjoy workday.
But, sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation.
Ha! Ha! My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valence Vanvaro, bargaining with savages. Ha! More fool him for trusting me in the first place.
Bruh.
Caetsu, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Caetsu. I didn't sneeze. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. He's over there. Yeah, Valence is really scary, honestly.
So the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no.
The key important thing is I'm laying it on thick to try and really make sure you realize that he's absolutely insane. Because he is. You also have a giant hat, just like me. You're the one who piloted the War Machina and defeated the Sapphire Weapon, aren't you? I thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina, and I grew up here. When I was 16, I was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades, we suffered at their hands. Generations of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they haven't been forgotten, a monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I'd need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town. But with the resistance troops and ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave as soon as I can find the list. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. And then she walked first. JoJo moment. Giant hats for some reason. Yeah.
Big hats. Something I can help you with?
I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her, in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. This feels like filler, yeah, doesn't it? I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks.
Think nothing of it. I was glad to help.
As I'd suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend Melisandre. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion, of all places. How did you know her? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then, one day, she was sent to fight in Eorzea, while I remained here. Do we know her? Melisandre was the one riding the ruby weapon. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Rykon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father, Gaius van Baelza, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livia says Junius, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Praefectus Castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that Oregadin had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Laticlavius of the 14th, Nero Tolskeva, and I worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlyt, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjecting a true-born Guardian to such barbaric treatment, not when the 7th Legion has already supplied Provincials conscripts ripe for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Your skills and knowledge can finally be put to good use. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met, but to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. There is a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first, I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that War Machina you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again.
Yeah, poor Shield Bro. He was also a good leader. Good enough that his soldiers would fight for him. And go down with him. Even when he said no. Who's gonna tell her? Oh. So, how was your time in Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlyt's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Werlyt. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, take care. I wasn't expecting to see you here.
Why not? Considering all that's been happening about Eorzea of late. Still, if you've a mind to assist us, we'd like to share the latest developments in Werlyt. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here, someone said from off-screen. I'm glad to see you looking so well, Caetsu. It's been so long, Minago. Pretty sure it's Minago, right? Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Ralga's Reach much lately. Anyone would think you're trying to avoid me. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've got some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlyt also have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of the Werlyt revolutionaries, and they aim to depose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts, and between them, they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decided to turn to none other than Gaius Balsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate times called for desperate measures. His reputation as a legator speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was a far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlyt in the first place, so who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. We've got our hands full dealing with the Telophroi. Why? As do the rest of our allies in Eorzea, but we'll do what we can. While my comrade sees to the preparations, I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Thanks, Caetsu. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with the Black Wolf is a rather daunting prospect, even if he has supposedly turned over a new leaf, but I'm sure having you there will make a world of a difference. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get going.
Yeah, exactly, Ardell. Minago just chasing Smol Caetsu down like, why haven't you done any custom deliveries? Hello? I wonder if she approaches you differently if you have done custom deliveries with her. Does anyone know?
Another trip to Turncliffe, is it?
Yes. Another one. And here we are.
Gaius Balsar, I presume? I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance's official reply to your request for aid.
Just gives him like a letter. He opens it and it just says, "No, Lamau." I see. You have my thanks. Does this mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives must be the price of freedom, we will pay it willingly. Inspiring speech, Commander. I wonder if I could hear it.
Let me be clear, we Alamegans have not forgotten it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Werlyt chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it.
As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment and whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from El Amigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepare to lead an army into Werlyt. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind, that only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory, I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstances, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those, such as Valens, who see being born Guardian a virtue in itself, one above all others. To think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails, it makes my blood boil. Valens brings shame upon our homeland, and makes mock of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand, he shall pay for his foul crimes.
We're running out of time, guys. We have to go after her.
There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me.
Let's walk over here and have the cutscene.
You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I'm being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room.
No, Lamau.
Dear father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake, and for the freedom of Werlyt, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it is too late. My mind is set. Please, do not try to stop me, father. The days we have spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ali.
She's heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werlyt. I'm certain of it.
Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse.
I want nothing more than to save them, but I cannot ask the Werlyt revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as capable a warrior as Caetsu is, if she were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, she would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers.
But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead.
I know, Severa, and so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan.
Hello.
Can you hear me? I'm in Werlyt, just outside Castrum Collinum. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion, and through the smoke and flames I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Confound it, we've lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter, a way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlyt from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives.
If the revolutionaries were to hear that a weapon has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as the perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and the Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention, but the three of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Yeah, that should work. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. I'll have you know my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable. So far. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Werlyt may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. What do you think the pink means? It means I'm a menace. It's actually colors to warn people I'm coming. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valence, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. Did they consume any primals? But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived, Sapphire and Emerald were handed to the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Balzar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots, as per our agreement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of the synthetic aura sight. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations, and you are everything I desire. I'm honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valence. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request that the people of Werlyt be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Werlyt citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatus such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Werlyt you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. And what about my brother? Ah, yes, Ulrich, or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. He'll be perfectly safe, provided you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now, let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Ah, one step closer to my coronation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me.
That's a big boy.
Initiating the synthetic orocyte system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon, codename Xenos. Commencing activation sequence. Behold perfection itself. Melisandre, Rykon, and Rex gave their lives, that others may live without fear. The orocyte is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. But you'll have to go on without me. You and Father still must work together to... I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens.
Maybe you shouldn't have said that immediately. Lasers! More lasers! Why are you not hitting the cube specifically?
Low-born filth! If you think your little performance had me fooled, you're sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yes, my lord. Transmitting deactivation signal. It's not responding. Ha 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 ha! That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she will beg for death.
F. Yeah. Oof. She almost had him.
No, I can't let it end like this. Melisandre, Rykon, Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever you are, lend me your strength.
You got it. Bzzzt, combat sample. Bzzzt, ready. Initiating overmind. Subject. Bzzzt.
Overmind? What is that? Ah! This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal and initiating overmind. But how? I don't care how. Stop that thing before it brings down the whole castrum.
I'm a fire in my laser! Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Garland. What is an overmind? I'm guessing that is like something they added onto the oversoul thing so that they could put a whole person in the machine to like improve it further. Or something. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Valdiolin, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though this has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I'm certain that Ali is on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that I need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf, your penchant for a gigantic war machina. But if this means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having it unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind.
It's good to see you again, Caetsu.
Hello. Hey Riku, hope you're doing well. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Evelina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds.
I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is a diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all of the combat data and abilities of the other weapons, making it far more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion.
Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Evelina's tireless dedication, the G-Warrior has been reborn. There'll be time to explain more on the way. Come on, the Enterprise is waiting.
Dynamic entry!
Where is Nero? That is actually a good question. Why is he not here? You cleared Valdesian Arsenal for the first time, Rico. Congratulations. I could imagine that is quite scary, given that you can just end up not getting to participate in the rewards if you fail at the last, like at the wrong time. What is Valdesian Arsenal? It is a raid in Eureka. Very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves?
Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We've come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason, the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you the G-Savior. Once again, Sid and his engineers have provided precisely what we required before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Caetsu handles the various armaments. Sorry? That was Sid. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Caetsu handles the various armaments. Agreed. There will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. Cloud deck time. Do we have a player 8 before we go, by the way? We're one person down. I don't know if Sip is still here. Of course, it has a big flat surface on the roof. Yeah. I wonder where the boss fight will happen, guys. I think it'll happen under the big flat surface. Ha! Right. Sip is coming. It always surprises me how much story there are in these. We have 4 fights, including the solo duty. And it takes us like 4.5 hours. Clearly big missile tube looking things are meant to shoot you atop a missile at it. I mean, on Smol Caetsu streams we usually go for at least 6 hours. Something like that. So that is totally manageable. But it does seem on these streams where we do an entire raid from start to finish, or an entire trial series from start to finish, or even an entire alliance raid from start to finish, it's more like, yeah, you need 6 hours for that. Like, you actually need 6 hours. What I'm hearing is we have 2 hours for doing this on Savage. Oh, we're not doing this on the extreme version afterwards. Maybe one day. Oh, that's what you meant. Hey Malice, hope you're doing well. Maybe one day. It's been a while since we've done a mount farming stream. And we usually do those like in order of difficulty. But we haven't even finished Ruby Weapon on those. Right. Need to do a ready check. Hey Jace, hope you're doing well. I think we are we're missing one. I think it's better if we have 2 tanks. I'm pretty sure there is a double tank buster. Is there any takers for a tank spot? Okay, oh boy.
Let me do one last ready check, just to be sure I know what we have. Minimum item level diamond weapon time. Right, it's double flare centered on the tanks, right? Still, I'm pretty sure the center target is hurt a lot because it's centered on a tank. So I'll just repeat on stream. I and Gazel will heal. Coconut and Ymir will tank. The rest will DPS. Okay? Alright? Okay, I think we're ready. You know, Merfolk, Dragoon actually has the same magic defense as all other melee DPS. Dragoon just has slightly more physical defense, as far as I know. Just off the top of my head. They just don't have any defensive cooldowns. Target in sight. Pin it down with a salvo of missiles. Well. Threat detected. Returning fire. Now, that is true. Dragoon has a huge weakness to falling off ledges. And there are a lot of ledges when you're fighting in the air like this. It just kicked a rocket. Dragoon's armor's just really heavy, so they take double fall damage. And here we are. You see me walk up the stairs and just the rest of the group just kind of appears. Conveniently, there's another platform to switch between decks, and then the boss will do something on the first deck. I didn't know Sid was such a person for theatrics with how late he moved. For no reason. Just memeing it up. Oh boy, I think we have to switch. Whee! I'll res. I wasn't looking this time. You know, that is a reasonable reason for that to happen. I can't reach. So many big fat tacos we're having. The saddest earthly star. Look, it's Ifrit. Kind of. Whee! Bap. That mechanic is way weirder on Extreme because you have to like get launched to the other platform if I recall correctly. You might, at least, depending on where you are. No, Garlemald was Mexican. Another sad earthly star. It's a sad day to be an earthly star. You just keep missing because the boss becomes invulnerable randomly. Boink. Could you imagine if the boss just stopped doing that all the time? So much becoming invulnerable, man. Double kill. If you rest someone first, I'll... Are you done with it now, Diamond Weapon? It's quite aggravating, this. I suppose that works. Do you have space for that? We have to get over the other side. Lasers! It's hands! Blam! This is a What? How? Why did it kill you? What? Did you... I suppose it requires defensive cooldowns, perhaps. Oh no. That's a stack marker. I think they're taking it alone? Yep, Holmgang is up. Don't help. It's difficult with those things sometimes. Ultimately, everyone were trying to help, right? So, just how it goes. Remember defensive cooldowns. Multiple. It hurts like crazy. Chase AoEs. Oh dear. I suppose if you just don't step on each other's toes this time, it'll... Ow. Probably be fine. Limit break. Oh, switch places. How did that not kill us? The containment field won't hold. I was expecting maybe not a wipe, but multiple people to die, just as I saw that like spread marker like resolve. Nothing to apologize for, Ymir. If we had wiped, that would have just been part of it. That's just how it is. No one did anything worth apologizing for. Everyone tried their best. Who suggested a DPS taking Flare again? Yeah, I saw it, Coconut. I was like, I saw you'd like try to evade people with the line stack, but there was also people like getting back on their feet and not like entirely sure what was happening. And then I saw the home gang. I was like I had already kind of like I looked at the situation as I saw you were alone there, and people like started making their way over. And then I saw you like start to like sneak away with it. And like, is Coconut going to use home gang? I think they're going to use home gang. And then I saw home gang appear and like, oh. But I could only do so much. Like, I called it out, but there's, you know, stream delay and all that. So, unfortunately. Earthly Star tried its best as well. I think I missed like 4 times. It didn't help that we kept switching where we were either. We must reach the diamond weapon before the Imperials. And then we did, or something. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th Legion here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. I pray we are not too late. That would have been pretty funny as well, Angel. Just backflipping out of the stack and then getting blasted. That would have been funny, but probably not something we needed, given how we did have some trouble there.
Ellie.
Uh.
Womp womp.
Cast Benefic or something, you're a healer.
Please, take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself.
Come to gloat, have you guys? It's not over yet.
You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions.
How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You're the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine!
Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where's Alphonse?
Why, he's right in front of you.
What?
Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all of the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then, an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens Van Varro could conceive such a marvel. And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd already become a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience.
That such atrocities should continue unabated is proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire.
Hey, Supplement. Well, you might have come too late for big fat tacos, but you have not come too late for the champagne popping, let's just say that.
Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but to all of mankind. And now, you will die.
My ultimate offhand weapon, my tablet with a guide on it. It has a boss guide specifically for you.
Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you.
Wait, it doesn't say anything about this in the boss guide? Wait! Terminus est. Cocrea mors.
Ah! But this wasn't in my data. Ah! Ugh.
Reactivating synthetic orocyte system. Yoink! Cocrea mors was the name of Caesar's sword. Nice. Yoink!
This can't be. How is it still functional?
Removing memory inhibitors.
What? You? Just stop this at once. Please, let me go. Albert, no. I've found... wait, no.
Even the names of those sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption.
Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests?
I do not deny the plot spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated.
No! Stop! I beg you! You can't do this to me! I'm Valence Van Varo, better than Gaius, better than all of them! It can't end this way!
Alphonse? Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandre, Rykon, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali.
watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I'm proud to call myself your son.
Well, an attack like that being called Yellow Death makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
I see. We will remain here until further notice.
This is so sad Alexa played Despacito. Wow.
That was Gaius. Valens Vanvaro and the weapon project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Werlyt revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, none can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled. In the years since, I've struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It's the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever.
Oh, there's more here.
The recent events in Werlyt have had a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none more so than Ali. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We've even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be.
Yes, Sid would know.
You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what's caused Ali to close herself off like this. But for the time being, all we can do is wait. There was one other thing. Evelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go and see her. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see you're none the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. Thanks to their Lamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe and future generations. Will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You were always so kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Evelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Severa.
Anyway, bye.
I hope all is well with Evelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon.
Oh. Time for my signature move. Waiting. I wish to see Ellie. We just sent for her. Ellie. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence had caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The surgeons say that this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. She boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valence had used this synthetic orocyte system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Then, when she boarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel.
Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the weapon's core, so how was Ali able to escape a similar fate?
That's one of the many things we're still looking into. There is no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept us safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son.
Her eyes looked different. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace, but after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward?
No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, and those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equals. Thanks to his sacrifice, and that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Raikon, Rex, Alphonse, and Ali, they risked everything to win the freedom of Werlyt. And now, it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld, this I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlyt has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't. And while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change. People change. And it's just as well. We inventors would soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same.
If you have a need for my creations, just say the word. Ironic that they should end up on the same side after all, huh? You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years, but what would be the point? What's done is done. There's one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Allie, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. I didn't actually know that, Emia, that you can't click off dual cast. And yeah, the chat isn't dead, I don't think. It's just people are either like occupied with their own thing or watching the cutscene with me. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I've realized if we can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. And before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand by us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. All this time, I'd been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I'd imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugate of nations, evil made flesh. And while many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthen his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now, I too have been given a chance to make a difference, in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Werlyt, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray, go in peace, my friend. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Valdeolin, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. We also have matching tattered coats, and scarves, and hoodies. Oh, here they are. The children that are scarred for life. And who might these charming young men be? They were found at the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Balsar, and like Valens van Varro, I was once a legatus of the Gallian Empire. Though I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquests came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me, I do not mean to scare you. If you would lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. Huh? A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggle to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet they have entrusted the future to me, and I will stop at nothing to see their dream fulfilled. Even so, there's only so much one old soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. And if he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Kurgans look them over and find a place for them to stay. They might not have been injured physically. It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power must therefore be the weak. For better or worse, however, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I am to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Werlyt is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you are passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there wish to hear your version of events. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you. Until next we meet. Indeed, also as Gazel says, you can, like, while you can't right-click, while you cannot right-click off dual cast, you can always just click sprint. For some reason. Have the Chirurgeons track down some therapists. That sounds about right. Welcome back, Caetsu. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear exactly how it all unfolded. So, what can you tell me of this diamond weapon? Not very much, because it took... Okay, actually quite a lot, because this time there was a scene switch here. By Ralga's beard! Even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray that the citizens of Werlyt are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius' wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan resistance, and the whole of Eorzea for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Ali. It's a pipe bomb! Eat this. What? And now emotional damage, indeed. Huh? Projections from within the synthetic aura site. These are his memories. Their memories. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. No, not yet, Ali. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place.
And if you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company.
We want you to see this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Ali. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father.
You know, the moment you pointed it out, Gazel, I couldn't stop noticing it as well. Yeah, perfect. You have the shirt. Look at this. This is a Get back here, you! Land! Lalafell police! So, this zipper, right? It's supposed to, like, when it's open, like, the zipper lock there. Perfect. Gazel sees it too. This works. That also works. That also works. This zipper, this is supposed to be up here when it's open, right? Right? This is like a new level of, we need all the zippers and belts. Yeah, supposedly. You have a shirt that you can acquire that looks... that is broken by design. Do I need to pass around the tissues? You might have to. We want it to be functionally broken. Right. So, that was actually the story of Sorrows of Werlyt. There is the possibility that it's supposed to be like you grab this and like pull it over here and then you close it up to here. But looking at this specific situation, it makes sense that it like unzips this way because it loosens it up, right? If it goes the other way, then it's like you can zip it up to close it and that's it. Like, I don't see the point. There is indeed some follow-up in Endwalker. That is true. The point? To look cool. Ah, yes, the reason why they put a broken zipper on. Right. I believe we have the, we could do the Astrologian level 80 quest now. I'm guessing it starts in the Foundation. Or maybe not. Did we already do it? No, we can't possibly have done it. Does anyone know where this quest starts? I guess we have to do the... Do we have to do the healer role quests to access it? Yeah, we haven't done the healer role quests, and we can't do that in 40, like in half an hour or an hour. So I guess we can't do this now. You need to finish the role quest. Fair enough. We haven't done that. We can't do that in the remainder of the stream. We could start on it, or we can start on Dark Knight. Extend the stream. You know, Ymir, we already do these streams for 6 hours. We can work on the healer quests. That could be a thing. That is technically also a project to work on. Well, you can start on it a little bit. Is it this one? Let me just check. Yes. Oh, while I remember. Don't you know better? Don't you know better than to sneak up on a dwarf mid-flagon? Not even a proper greeting, neither. Look here. Dali ho, the name's Gat. Dali ho. See, now that's a greeting. And speaking of what's right and proper, I see you're not wearing your helm. For shame! You're from the same strange land as the Crystal Exarch. I suppose your people have their own customs then. Alright, I'll say no more of it. He's an odd sort, the Exarch is. He knows things, right? And he's got some sort of mystical power. Don't suppose you're the same, are you? Because I could use someone with powers the likes of which this world has never known. I'm hunting sin eaters, you see. Well, one in particular. A healer, and not half bad at the job, eh? I like your confidence. And I wish I could take your word for it, since you sound like just what I'm looking for. But I have to ask you to prove it.
There's no need for that. Listen here, the sin eater I hunt ain't your average abomination. You can't blame me for wanting to make sure that I'm not leading you to your grave. That would be bad for the both of us. So you get yourself on over to the Forest of the Lost Shepherd, and we'll see what you've got.
I'm pretty sure it's a she as well, Ymir. It's only spoilers insofar as the fact that we haven't seen that on this stream yet, specifically. But I have done this before, after all, so... I don't know how much of significance it has that it's a she. I mean, Xanadu's a huge part is how much it matters, right? Does it matter whether it's a guy or a girl?
Oh, Caetsu, glad you found the place all right. Now for the prey. That'll do. Now I just take a deep breath and... Hey, your mother was a hobgoblin and you ain't much to look at neither. Come here and face me, you craven shite.
Since when do I understand English? Weird.
Though Gjord lies prone, the creature appears indisposed to cease its rampage. It seems that it will have to be dealt with.
Incredible performance, Gjord. And then I cast a random healing spell.
Ha! See, that wasn't so bad. I reckon that I broke 3 or so ribs and at least 1 femur there, but my bones feel just fine now. Better than before, actually. And after that beast gave you no trouble, seems that you're just what I'm looking for after all. We can talk about the rest back at the Crystarium over a drink or 3. The folks at the Wandering Stairs know how to keep 'em coming. Meet me there.
Yeah, I suppose that it is true in a way, Xanadus, that in a way you might, like, if you don't know, you might expect that, oh, Gjord is probably a guy, given how much, like, how he's acting, how he's drinking and all that. But that's still just assumption. There's nothing in the story that suggests it's a guy, right? So that's just our assumptions. So the simple fact that it's like, oh, it's a girl after all at some point is not that important after all. But yeah, for the most part with spoiler talk, generally if it's really important to the story, even if we have seen it happen on this stream series, we still try to keep it a little vague, just in case someone is listening in that does not know about it. But the if it's something that is just like a detail or something that is notably isn't part of the main quest, then I'm already a lot more lenient about it. Like, for example, we talked about the Heart of Zabik earlier in rather strong detail when you think about it. But what we were talking about is technically side quest stuff. All of it. And the thing is, with the main quest, it's like everyone is guaranteed to experience it eventually if they like stick with the game. So it makes sense that you'd be like, well, let's try to not spoil them, right? With side quests, some people might go, oh wait, I haven't heard this yet. No, but I mean, you completed the Endwalker story like last year. Why haven't you done anything about it? Because it being a side quest, you can only do so much, right? So that's why I'm like a lot more lenient about side quests. Jay says, what threw me was the beard. See, I don't think I made any specific assumptions about Gyot when I did the quest line, but a key point is that the helmet has the beard on it. And Lalafels can't grow a beard like that anyway. And also in the, I believe in the quest where you get the Laliho emote, you're speaking with a female dwarf with that kind of getup, so no.
There ain't nothing like a flagon of ale after a well-earned victory.
Did you hit your... You didn't do anything. Did you hit your head?
Oh, yes, and hard. That beast gave me a trouncing. Really exceeded my expectations, as did you. Ha! Whatever you want to call what we just did, doing it helped us understand each other sure enough. I've seen that you're a masterful fighter, and you learned that I'm fearless as the stone, and so a fellowship is forged. Now that I'm pretty sure you won't get yourself killed, I can tell you about the Sin Eater I'm after. It's one of those so-called cardinal virtues. So foreseen, and it's a nasty piece of work. Each of the virtues looks like one of those fools who brought the flood upon us, but this one takes after the worst of the bunch. Lamit, disgrace to all dwarven kind. Knowing that one of our own people was a warrior of light is bad enough, but so foreseen being out there, looking all dwarf-like, well, it don't help matters, accursed thing. The Council of Elders, they don't want to live with the shame of Lamit's sins no more. So the head of the council, the eldermost elder, stay with me here, gave me this job. Hunt down Sulfurcene, slay it, see that it don't keep sullying our good name. I'm our strongest warrior, so if anyone's going to do it, it has to be me. That's fine. I'm more than up for the contest of might. The problem I'm having though is that Sulfurcene keeps healing itself, and it's, well, deeply annoying. I suppose it's because Lamit herself was some kind of master of the art, but Sulfurcene's healing is so powerful that no matter how hard I whack it, I can't leave a scratch. To make matters worse, it also flies around carefree as you please, resurrecting other Sin Eaters. We'll be up to our eyeballs in him forever if we can't do something about those curative powers. That's where you come in. Right? Lamit doesn't deserve your scorn, you know. Listen, I know you have your own ways, and that's just fine, but whether you care much for dwarven honor or not, you have to agree that a Sin Eater that can raise its fellows from the grave is a danger to us all. As for Lamit, you should know that being a dwarf is about respecting tradition, and she never did. Never. You might not have heard, but the tales say that Lamit roamed the land without her helm. She willingly showed her face to those who weren't kin. She knew full well that it would dishonor her and us all, and she did it anyway. Then there's the part about bringing doom on all the world. Not one of our taboos, really, but it's generally frowned upon. And now she's back, face bare to the world. A sin eater. What could make a dwarf go so wrong? Ah, but we have ale to drink and sin eaters to hunt. In that order. You healed my body sure enough, but I'll need a few more flagons to restore my vigor. And by a few, I mean about 100. Come and find me later. Yeah, I know. Generally frowned upon. You know, yeah. I do believe in Denmark there isn't like exactly a rule about like bringing doom and Armageddon to the universe and all that, you know, Ragnarok and all that. I mean, we technically do have like the Norse mythology that says that that's not good for the world, but I mean, it is generally frowned upon to do that. Yeah. A fellowship, you say? Where's the ring, Yacht? Where is it? And Yacht has found one of the only hammer weapons in the game. You have my bow and my rapier. I firmly believe bringing doom to the world is a-okay. You just gotta ask for permission. Not surprised to hear that from Malice themselves. Who are you? You look at me. You got something to say? Bruh. Got ya, eh? Ha! Of course I remember a new partner, and I ain't drunk neither. I'm a dwarf. It'll take more than... well, however much I had to get me under the table. And now you know one more thing about me. This'll only strengthen our fellowship, I'm sure. But we'll need more than just a sense of camaraderie if we're to take down Sophrosine, so I'm thinking we should start with observation. Get you a look at its healing powers. Let you see what we're dealing with. Now, this is the perfect place to overhear the right sort of information, if you listen. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't let it get in the way of no important drinking, but I do pay attention. Anyway, what I heard is that Sophrosine has been spotted in Colusia. Then I remembered there's a little pub over in Stilltide, the Leaky Keel, it's called, and they make a decent brew. Some of the folks there should be able to point us in the right direction. Point to where the law says destroying the entire concept of the universe with outer world gods is illegal. You know, fair point. You got me there. Oh, right, in the building. Aye. And just what are you looking at? Fine, no need to give me that murderous stare. I know what you're thinking. That yacht, you think to yourself, always drinking and lounging about and drinking some more. What a sluggard, what a drunkard, what a magnificent beard. Oh, I wish I had a beard like that. Yes, I know. You don't need to explain yourself to me. We really should work on finding you a sense of humor. Maybe deal with that after Sophrosine. It might take a while. Anyway, you'll be happy to hear that while I was waiting, I got my hands on some prime information. Also, some excellent wine, which... no, information first. Right, so according to the local fisherfolk, quite a few sin eaters have turned up near the Bright Cliff lately. I suggest we go over there and kill as many as we can find. We can't say for sure where Sophrosine will appear next, but if it's in the area, it won't pass up a chance to revive its fallen friends, right? And while we're at it, you can vent some of that pent-up rage you've got. Don't need to be pretty, so long as the job gets done. Just make sure to find me again before Sophrosine shows up, you hear? Slay one Sin Eater at the destination. One singular Sin Eater. Are you ready for this? Here it comes. Right. Oh, there's another one down the river. I just want to picture for a moment Gyot just like, go and kill the Sin Eaters, and you just see Smol Kai roll up with a boss of guards. What? You didn't say I couldn't bring friends.
Now there's 2 of them. They almost had us. Almost. It was 2 whole Sin Eaters. We barely stood a chance. Yeah, that was close. We could have died. Just barely made it. Hey, God. That should do it. Now we wait to see if Sulfurcene shows itself. Over in those bushes, say. And I've got the wine right here. Why do we need wine to hide with? And there she is. She looks like she's had better days. There, that's it. See, it revived the other one. Hey, what's wrong? Too much wine. What a lonely place to die. The world outside is even worse than I feared. Is someone there? You're alive! Well, why didn't you say so? I can't do much for the dead, but the living, that's a whole other matter. I can't believe it. All my wounds are healed. All my wounds healed. Thank you, kind stranger. You sure are lucky that I passed by. You really might have died, you know. You'll hear no argument from me. I was a fool. The thought that the hobgoblin I was after might have... The thought that the hobgoblin I was after might have friends lying in wait never so much as crossed my mind. I shouldn't have been out here alone. With your magic to keep me fighting, though, their numbers wouldn't pose such a problem. What do you say? You don't look to have a party of your own yet, and I could certainly use a man like you on my side. What? I am no man, you unripened gourd. Why, I've never been so insulted in all my life. Let me tell you what's what. I'm Lamit, proud daughter of the Thol family, and if I catch you mocking me again, I'll put you right back the way I found you. You hear? Yes, ma'am. I say it certainly didn't mean to offend. The beard misled me, you see. Foreshadowing. I just want to point out that it looks like the light is reflected in the blackness right there. See what I mean? Like, I know it's supposed to be like the head is like shadowing so you can't even see the face, and then there's like just 2 yellow dots instead for eyes, but it's literally like the light is like reflected in the blackness itself. And that's that. Look, Albert, treasure! You certainly look the hero. Now let's see you act like one. They found the treasure and all the loot in it was an armor set for Artbird specifically. Oh, that is a pretty cool detail, Xanadus. That's even funnier in a way.
Hello, Caetsu. Hey, you honorless lout, half-empty flagon, dumpy little dollop of shite. Your mother was a hob and your face looks like a newborn's arse.
Welcome back, Caetsu. That was colorful.
Straight-faced as always. A refreshing round of insults always cheers me up, but I'm starting to wonder if you have as much trouble with fun as you do with jokes. Are you sure your mother ain't a hob?
Excuse me. Norbrand's most polite dwarf. See, this is what happens when Minikai forgets to have a snack. She just passes out if you don't feed her candy often enough. Yeah, indeed, low blood sugar. She actually needs like an absurd amount of sugar to keep that in balance.
Fine, never mind. At least we got what we came for, and you didn't miss much. After Sulfurseed brought the other eater back to life, they both floated off to who knows where. What happened to you? You saw Sulfurseed? No, the real Lamit's past? Ha! I knew you'd have some kind of weird power. Sounds to me like what you witnessed was the beginning of Lamit's journey, right after she left home. It's odd. You said she was wearing her helm, and she helped out that injured traveler just like any dwarf of honor would do. Maybe she wasn't born a monster. But then... It don't sit right with me neither, but standing around wondering about it won't do nothing but make us thirsty. We're done here, so let's go back to the Crystarium.
Your guy is gonna get slapped by Kai's bodyguards. What did you just call her? What did you call her, mother? You know, something I noticed about the staff castle was that when Sulfurseed pulled out the staff, it made like a noise. So like, it's one of those staves that when you like unsheath it, it makes a noise.
Oop, oop, oop. Ah, there ain't nothing like a flagon of ale after a job well done. Don't give me that look. I did stuff this time. You saw. And you also saw Sulfurseed work its magic. But since you haven't said nothing about it yet, I'm guessing you didn't have no sudden revelations about how to stop it. Don't worry, I didn't expect you to solve my whole problem just like that. I only need you to remember what you saw today. Keep it in your mind. Then maybe something will come to you when you're working your magic elsewhere. Me, I like to think while I drink. It's the most efficient way, so you can find me here if you need me. I'll let you know when I have a plan.
The scientific method.
Ah. Lally-ho, looks like you have been training hard. In fact, your muscles are so much bigger that it's almost like there's 3 of you. Yes, I'm joking, as you know, but you do seem stronger. I don't suppose you came up with a clever plan for stopping Sulfurseed while you were at it. Don't worry, I have another test in mind that'll get us some more information. Then we'll be better set to think of something. We'll be killing sin eaters again, but this time you're healing them. Well, trying to, anyhow. I don't expect it to work. Sin eaters ain't like us, or like any sort of normal creature, but by seeing your healing magic fail to heal him, we should learn why it don't work. And then maybe we can figure out what's so different about Sulfurseed. I've heard from folks passing through that stray sin eaters find their way to Amarang pretty often. Meet me at Morsuk, and be ready for carnage.
Xanadu says, part of me is genuinely curious now if you redo this quest chain with a Dwarven helm on, if it changes her dialogue. I would imagine that it does. Also true, Xanadu, but that is like, that's part of the cause with these streams. I'll drink here and figure out a plan. And I just stand there and look at her for a bit, and then he just goes, I have an idea. and is typically surprised that I'm there. I didn't leave. I don't understand why you're surprised when I didn't leave.
You know, I heard that the liquor here ain't fit to drink, but it's not half bad. Gets the job done, and with a real kick. Oh, I know what you're thinking. That yacht, always downing one ale or another, you think to yourself. And so good at it too. I'm uncontrollably jealous. I just can't take any more. And you quietly weep on the inside. I'm sympathetic, I am, but my drinking is important. No, indispensable. Dwarves get fiercer the more they drink. Really fuels the fire within. I can see you don't believe me. Fine, you leave me no choice. I'll show you. I'll go on ahead and dice some sin eaters in the time it takes you to finish off this mod swill here. Just gulp that down and come and find me. Southeast of here, you'll see. You'll see. A half-finished bottle of alcohol, apparently purchased by Gyot, sits on the mat. The local concoction within is a deep brown, and from it wafts a stench that can only be described as atrocious.
Yeah, absolutely we'll drink it, sure. You hold your nose and gulp down the remaining liquid. At first, you taste only the scent of a spring breeze with a whiff of sheep's dung, but you then note the aftertaste. It's the flavor of your favorite fruit, with a hint of feet.
Amazing! You finish! Of all non-mod customers, only you and Dwarf ever drink so much.
Exactly, Malice. Like, that's a great one where it's like... Exactly that. The next part of the quest is supposed to be like months later. Wow. The biggest sin eater in all the land. You sure got him, Gyot. You sure got him.
See, your average sin eater's no match for me.
Yes, average.
Not with the power of tradition and alcohol on my side. As a matter of fact, I put down another before I got around to this one here, but I did the job a bit too well. Really mangled the thing. It was pretty gross, flattened in all the wrong places with bits poking out and the like, so I got it out of here. Anyway, you get the idea. I drink a lot, I kill stuff. You have to admit that it's an effective strategy. And now that we've got our Sin Eater patient, you can try out your healing on it. Go on.
Oh, I have to use the fancy schmancy healing. Right, fair enough.
As we thought, nothing. Did you figure out the why of it?
I think it was never really alive to begin with.
You're right on that one. Sin Eaters may look like people or beasts, but it's like they're just pretending. They're not truly alive. Only the light drives them, keeps them going like winding an automaton, and healing magic ain't meant for restoring life to something that didn't have none to begin with. But if Sulfur-Seed's power ain't like the healing magic we know, what is it? I also wonder why don't come and revive this one. Is it just too far away to take notice? Then again, I never heard tell of it appearing at Holminster Switch neither, and so many Sin Eaters got killed there that you'd think it would take note eventually. So why only resurrect some Sin Eaters and not others? This is all too much thinking. Not enough drinking. To the Crystarium!
Eh. The Warrior of Light's primary emote in this entire story. I was like, I realized that I could specifically right-click on it, but I realized that after I had already queued up the Benefit cast. But I was Oh, thunderstorms. I was like thinking maybe it would work. Like it wouldn't be the first or last time that I would have experienced that they like programmed in that if you just actually cast a healing spell it would work. So I was a little bit disappointed that it didn't work.
The mod stuff's alright, but this here is fine ale. At least that's what my body tells me, and I always listen. That's how I keep my muscles primed and my spirits high. Speaking of, would it kill you to relax a little? Being so serious all the time can't be good for you, and the silent staring just makes you seem morose. We won't kill Sulfurcene any faster for not drinking, that's for sure. Nothing comes easy to sober folks. And that's why I need a few more in me before I can really get to work figuring out why Sulfurcene does what it does. I keep feeling like I'm missing something obvious, but...
Did you get an idea, Gyot?
Lally ho, I'd ask if you're here for a drink, but I know you ain't. You've got that serious look about you, as usual. I've got my usual here too. My 5th round of it, in fact. Ha! Why so few, you ask? Well, I stepped away for a while to do some research, but that Morin bloke kicked me right out of the Cabinet of Curiosity, and then banned me for life. Spill just a wee bit of mead on the books and he chases you out with a fury of 1,000 floods. That man could use a drink, if you ask me. What's the glare for? Don't tell me you're siding with him over me. We're supposed to be partners. And after I worked so hard to find us new information on Sulfurcene, drank so much, sat with those dusty tomes until not one, but both of my buttocks went numb.
Yeah, that sounds like you.
I know. Ain't I great? Okay, bring in the Wolf's Den Pierre music. We need it. And I have the most magnificent beard. Anyhow, I did get some new information from a reliable source. A drinking buddy of mine, of course. Sulfurcene was seen recently in the Raktika Greatwood. If we do some of our signature eater slaying in the forest, there's a chance we'll draw it out. I figured that sitting around thinking is getting us nowhere, and research can only take us so far, so why not? Maybe fighting it together will teach us something we couldn't learn otherwise. We can't kill it, but the two of us should be more than capable of getting a few whacks in and making an escape. I fought it before and come away fine. Mostly. So that's the plan. Meet me at Slitherbow, then we go a-poblin'.
Yeah, exactly, Xanadus. Turns to drink more, gets tapped on the shoulder.
I have an idea!
Exactly. Also, that is a pretty cute interaction, Malice. Idling in the middle of Limsa Lamensa. It's raining and I hear a weird noise, so I tap back into the game. Someone is trying to trade me an umbrella. I cancel the trade and show them I have one, and they clap, bow, and walk away. Yeah, it's probably going to lead to a solo duty.
Ah. There you are. I didn't mention it earlier, but I've been here looking for Sulfurcene before. I know most everyone in Slitherbow, actually. Sure, they seem an odd lot at first, with worshipping the darkness and all, but once you get to know them, share a few drinks. They're not bad, folks. Make a fine wine, too. Shame you can't get it anywhere else. Anyhow, they've been helping me out while I enjoy the local spirits. Seems that Sulfurcene's shown itself in the blind forest of Ixmaya, east of here. Let's get out there and slay a few sin eaters here each, like we did before. See if that brings it to us.
I have to slay one Sin Eater. Actually, I have to slay Sin Eaters at the destination, so maybe there's like 3 this time. Thank you, Xanadus. I call it the Magic School Boss. Don't worry about the fact that Smolka is actually the one driving it.
Do you know Lahi?
How about some more Sin Eaters?
And now to Gyot.
And now there's a solo duty.
Right, that looks good. Well, not good, but you take my meaning. Now we settle in and hope that Silverseal's feeling charitable today. Where is it? I'm nearly out of wine. Oh, there. Don't forget, we still need to find out how it does what it does, so make sure you're watching, not just wallowing. Watch closely. Wait for it. There. Why doesn't it fix the other one, though?
Does it only rest the forgiven shame?
Well, makes our lives easier, I guess. Charge! Take down the weakling first.
Now for Silverseal. Oh.
Just reses it again.
How does it do it so fast? Do it that fast?
You know, Gyot, if you fell for a moment, you'd realize that I can instantly res you as well.
Take that, you what? Did we do it? Of course not. Healing magic is so annoying. No offense intended. Caetsu! Oh, not again.
So this is the Guardian, you excited, Lamit?
Yes, of course. I've come this far, and I will claim the legacy of Ronka.
That is torn from the heavens. You will have to excuse me for just a moment here. Please, 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 come. Come now, come now, come now, come now, come now, come. Yep. Unfortunately, I can't be bothered with dealing with the random erroneous claim whenever you have torn from the heavens. The story there, I've told it before, if you have torn from the heavens play, then there is a random... Torn from the heavens is not actually the only problem song. I've also discovered that the gold saucer theme can also cause problems. But usually you don't like end up in a fight for an extended period in the same way, where you're like silent. But yeah, the problem is that basically there was this one time where there was an orchestral version of Torn from the Heavens, and that was done by like Warner or something like that. So their automatic bot that claims everything that has used anything they've done ever attempts to claim it. They will not fight you if you try to counterclaim it, but it's really annoying that I will have to like sit there and write the counterclaim, which takes time. The story there is, if you remember years ago, that many YouTubers were afraid of using... Wait, what did he die from? Do we have to do the whole first part again? He died from Doom. I didn't realize he had Doom. But yeah, if the... I'll skip this. No checkpoints? No checkpoints, of course not. Sorry about that. But yeah, the reason why years ago many YouTubers were afraid of singing the Happy Birthday song was because of the exact same kind of claim. And there's actually a Wikipedia article about this that says that they were Warner was, I believe it was Warner, was forced to pay back millions because of stolen money, because they were, you know, erroneously making these claims. Nowadays we can at least counterclaim it, but it's still really annoying. So my general solution to the problem is I just turn off the music whenever Torn from the Heavens comes on. I don't want to deal with it. If it comes on in the middle of a cutscene, if that's what it takes, I am likely to just turn off the sound altogether. For the same reason. Because it's just, if I know that it's going to happen, there's just no reason to waste that time, right? It was really hard on Scholar, really. Speed run. Bum 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 bye. It's the saddest part is that it's a really good song, right? But it's very annoying. So what made me miss that he had Doom was, you know, There's no... How would I have known? There's like no debuff tracking because no party, right? I would have seen it immediately if I had him in my party. Very annoying. And very cheaty, I feel like. Not a very fair way to do it. I suppose if I had watched what they were saying, it would have been fine. Because they actually asked for Isuna there. Hey Coco, hope you're doing well. And thank you for celebrating 9 months as a cultist. Thank you for the support. Ah, it's also the heal version of Doom, specifically. You have Benediction. I do! On a 3-minute cooldown. I don't... What you say for specifically for the Doom, how about for this? That's a lot of damage. It is indeed. Look at what time it is, Coco. It is 10 minutes to 11 for me. Everyone all right?
All's well. Now, let's get what we came for. The lost restorative magic of Ronka. Can you sense the power in it? Yes, there can be no mistake, Silva. This is it, and my only path is forward.
It's a coin.
Wise Guardian, in the name of the Royal House of Ronka, I implore you, grant me your knowledge.
Knowledge get. Damit.
It's a rock! I did it! The spell is mine at long last. I can save my sister.
And you will. We'll meet up with Brandon and Neilbert, and then we'll see you home.
Hey! Oh, she of inferior beardliness? Eggface! Hop daughter! Get it together for stone's sake!
Eat it.
Arr.
Seeing into the past is a nice trick and all, but could you maybe, oh, I don't know, wait until we're not in mortal peril next time? Driving Surfacine away without pulverizing you in the bargain was no mean feat. If I weren't, well, me, we'd both be dead right about now. I hope you learned something worth the trouble at least. So Lamit was after a spell from old Ronka. That could be the secret of Sophrosine's power, but it's hard to know for sure. Whatever Lamit did to pry those secrets out of the ruins was right complicated, by the sound of it, and she took the power with her. We need to think on how we can confirm what you saw. Maybe find out what that magic actually does. Yes, over a nice mug of ale. No, mead. No, ale first, then mead.
Two quests left. You know, I think we will go overtime to make sure this is done at once, but I think we will have to do the Astrologian quest next time.
Oh. Nothing goes down so well after a fight than ale. Ain't no higher truth in this world than that. Don't give me those, oh, there goes Jot, waxing philosophical about the ale again, eyes. I'm doing this for your own good. It's plain that you never had a proper education. It's like this. You pick the right booze for the right job. You've got your ale for before and after physical fights, of course, but you also got mead for reading, wine for singing, and your hard liquor for those times when you need to tell some Hobson to go stick his head in the forge. Me? I'll be switching to the mead. I'm thinking I might find something about what happened to Lamit's sister if I look through my village's old annals. And hopefully I can get my hands on some historical records of Ronka. Morin be damned. I don't know what you'll be getting yourself into while I'm at it, but you make sure to bring the right drink for the job. I'll let you know when I've got something worth pursuing. Wine for singing. Why does Jot bring wine for all of our outings then? There you are. I need less mead. Yes, you heard me. Less, but more ale. Much more. Wait. You ain't the waitress. Oh, I know you want to say something, but you won't. You think that'll just encourage me. Well, maybe that's what I want you to think. Or maybe. You know that's what I want you to think. All this time, I thought I was annoying you, but actually... Nah, can't be. All of this rubbish about lost civilizations must be getting to me. I read a dozen histories, and I still don't know nothing about that magic of Lamit's. What I did find, though, is where she would have gone if she wanted to see her sister, and it's in Tomra. So what do you say? Come and visit my home. I'll be waiting for you when you get there. Yes, Cole, this is the healer role quest. We wanted to do the Astrologian level 80 quest, but it turns out that one requires the other, so... And now we're here. So we do this, and, well, we won't be doing the Astrologian role quest, but we will do this in full. I may have forgotten to tell Caetsu how to get here. That's unfortunate. Come to think of it, I ain't sure she can get here. The tunnel's only for dwarves, and... Caetsu, where'd you come from? The ether, right? So it was you folks that got the ladder moving? Huh. I can't believe you managed that, and didn't even tell me. Just when you think you know a person. Yes, that's a joke. Anyhow, the place I want to show you is just over there. Follow me. It's right over there, all the way over there. Well, the next thumbnail would of course be for the thing we're doing next week. I'm thinking we do the raid series. And then if we're finished, we can do the, when we're finished, we can do the Astrologian quest. Nothing to worry about. This monstrosity came flying at my face. Rudely, I might add, when I unsealed the old tunnels, but everything's under control. As you can see, I gave it an old-fashioned dwarven decking. A dwarven decking? Sorry, I ain't at liberty to explain further. It's forbidden to reveal the secrets of the dwarven deckings to outsiders. And anyway, I brought you here for something more important than that. Let me explain. We don't use it no more, but before the flood, dwarves lived in this place. Only the sick ones, mind. In those days, there was this illness called stone blight. Turned your skin to stone, bit by bit, and it was just a matter of time. A few months, or a few years, until you were petrified completely. No one knew where it came from, but they did know that it was contagious, and so they locked them all up. Here, in the Blight Warrens. They needed to keep it from spreading, because there was no cure. Not back then.
Lamit, was it not enough to leave without permission? To return unbidden, bringing these strangers into our home. You knew full well that entering the Blight Warrens is forbidden. How many of our traditions must you trample before you are satisfied? If you so refuse to respect your heritage, you have no place here. As head of the council, I hereby banish you. You are no longer a dwarf. Be gone, and never return. Be gone!
Have you lost your wits? Lamit just cured your people, her sister, and all the others. She left your village to find a way to save them, and she did. She did what no one else would.
Your words have no weight here, outsider. This is a dwarven matter. Silence! Silence!
I will not be silent. You have no idea what Lamit has been through. That's enough, Artbert. Whatever my reasons, I did break our laws, and I did so knowing that this would be the result. I will accept my punishment. I leave my dwarven pride behind today. Lamit! If Lamit is leaving, so am I. You probably didn't think much of us after you shoved us in there to die, but it was awfully hard to breathe. We all took our helms off. If Lamit's going to be banished for breaking our traditions, then I should be too.
As the young lady says, none of us is perfect. It ain't right that Lamit should be the only one punished for it, especially seeing as she was saving us. Come on, exiles. We keep our faces plain for all to see and our heads held high.
Oh, everyone.
Yeah, the thing is, we learn extremely early in the Shadowbringers story, like, we're told almost instantly that all those names they're giving the different races is just what they're called on Norvrand. It's not like there's something else. Like, for instance, the Ellison are just called elves in Norvrand. So the dwarves are, of course, just Lalafels. They just have weird traditions. Are you sure you're alright with this? We could go back. We could.
What? Pummel the elders with your axe? I know you're not that fledgling adventurer who got knocked flat by hops anymore. You could probably defeat even our strongest warriors, but forget it. We have more important things to worry about. We still haven't found what caused the illness in the first place. If it really is the Shadowkeeper again, well, you know what we have to do. If this is what it takes to save our world, I will give up my home and more, Artbird. And anyway, it's not all bad. I don't think I really understood before how beautiful it is out here, how nice the wind feels. It is nice, isn't it? And for what it's worth, I'm glad you're here, helmet or no. Artbird, thank you.
The smirk! The smirk of evil!
Hey, Hop Daughter, ugly. Look, I'm running out of insults here, and I'm starting to feel bad. Just wake up already. Finally. Well, that was harrowing. About as soon as you started doing your thing, that Sin Eater decided to rise from the dead. Though, I suppose that's mostly my own fault for not dealing it an extra blow or two just in case. Anyhow, what did you see? I knew it. I knew that Lamit was the one who cured Stoneblight. It had to have been. She saved all of them, and they exiled her for it. And the head of the Council of Elders.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I suppose I wandered off. Got caught up in my own thoughts. Actually, can you give me a moment? Or maybe a while? I'm not sure what to think is all. I don't want to keep you from your other work, so see you later. Oh, hello there, Caetsu. Hey, you! Wow. Lally-ho! I mean, lally-ho! Oh, and a lally-ho to you. I'm impressed, you knowing to give me a lally-ho just now shows that you really picked up on the finer points of Dwarven culture. That really helped, thanks. I was so busy dwelling on that business with Lamit that I almost forgot the news I had for you about Sulfurcene. You remember that Sin Eater I killed in the Blight Warrens? Well, while you were gone, Sulfurcene showed up to revive it. Seeing that convinced me. I mean, you remember how I was wondering why Sulfurcene don't revive every Sin Eater we take down, right? Well, we learned from your vision that the dwarves that Lamit cured of Stoneblight went into exile of their own volition. As you can see, the village was spared the worst of the flood, but the folks that left, well, probably weren't, which means Sulfurcene is healing the same people Lamit did. Right, it's the only thing that makes sense. Those poor souls couldn't go back to the village, so they got caught in the flood. They became Sin Eaters, and Sulfurcene is still saving them, even now. And that gave me an idea. As we figured before, Sulfurcene ain't alive, but Lamit wanted so badly to heal those dwarves that it's still following suit, like a reflex its body can't forget. The last time Lamit saw those folks she healed, they were helmless, leaving their home for the last time. She probably never forgot the sight of them, and so Sulfurcene goes around healing helmless dwarves to this day. You see the solution, right? Helms. So simple. It's brilliant. Isn't it just? Not as brilliant as my beard, maybe, but few things are.
Now, whether clapping a helm onto Sulfurcene will keep it from healing itself, I can't say. It'll depend on whether the thing sees itself as just another helmless dwarf. It don't seem to have much in the way of self-awareness, so I think it's worth a shot. Fortunately, we won't need to wait to find out. It came around not too long before you did, so if we kill the right sort of Sin Eaters, it should still be close enough to notice. Let's get to it.
By the way, this is your very casual reminder to remember to click the live button on your stream in case you have fallen behind. In case anyone is like watching 30 plus seconds in the past. Can you have the chai? Well, it's a healer buff. If you really want it, I guess you can have it, but are you serious, Ymir? Cold says, how do streams even fall behind without pausing? Do they intentionally slow the incoming feed like 1% to prevent constant buffering or something? No, it's just if it buffers for any reason, like for just a split second, then it'll continue from when it starts again. So to make sure that you don't miss anything, they just you just slowly fall behind. If you have like the slightest stop in connection for even a moment, it'll just slow you down. I can set it so you can't rewind the stream in the middle, and then it would just instead, after buffering, cut you back to where it's live. But I have heard some people appreciate being able to like rewind the stream while it is live if like they missed something, and I understand that. So I have decided to keep this setting on. It's just remember for your own sake, so like just take a look if there is this live somewhere on the screen, if you like mouse over the stream, and if the dot next to it isn't red, then you're behind. Like for me, it's all the same. It was just maybe like if you're responding to something happening on stream, then you might be confused that everyone else has already maybe kind of moved on by the time you respond to it, and that might be a little weird. Hey Jail, hope you're doing well. I think it's been a while, hasn't it? But yeah, basically the reason why your feed falls behind is like, if anything happens, any chugging whatsoever, you'll just it'll just try to make sure you don't miss anything. I don't think there is a setting for you to make it not do that and like just force yourself up to be live. It's only if I turn off the option to like rewind. And I feel like the value lost in not being able to rewind is greater than the value gained in being absolutely 1,000,000% sure you're watching live. But that is always something we can like reevaluate again and again. Right, so we've got our eaters, we've got our helms, and now we wait. Once Sulfurcene shows up, we'll test out a helm on the bait first. That'll also save us from having to kill it over and over. Drink your chai. Okay.
This feels familiar.
Drink your Kai.
Aha, at last. A bit less toppling over on your part this time, if you please.
If only I could draw a card. That took so long that they managed to finish resing it. God. Shouldn't we have started? I'll give it a bit of pummeling, then you put it to sleep. Oh yeah, we talked about this the other day. That'll give me the chance to slip the helm on. Boink. That's pretty funny. You brought extra helms just for this specific occasion, huh? What are the chances? Nice fell cleave with your hammer. You can't cleave with a blunt object? I can't. I would certainly have to hit extremely hard for that to happen. See, this is why God is the warrior. You know, fair point. Do I sleep her? I don't. Okay. Noted. All the other ones had like a sleep resistance. Perfect. Now, hold still. Da 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 da.
Wow!
That helmet got holy magicked.
Oof, thanks. Helm got even worse. Helm got it even worse than I just did. Than I did just then, and it was our last one. I hate to say it, but this ain't going as well as I hoped. If we had even one more helm, I could try again, but... Wait, we do have one more helm. Rock! Just the one!
Ugh, my only weakness! No! Anything but this.
Nice haircut. Well, well. Looks like it's time to take this eater down once and for all. Together.
Did you know that Red Mage's physical damage ability activates their auto attacks? Yes, because all of their weapon skills activate auto attacks. This weird detail is that all weapon skills do that, and then also things like Holy Spirit does as well, because of reasons. Hey Raka, hope you're doing well. Try not to die. Yeah, you don't say, Gyot. That's weird, Raka. It's quite funny that her weakness was a helmet.
Ha! Take that, you pasty bastard!
Gyot's Guide to Savage Content. Try not to die.
What's that you got there, Caetsu? Some kind of crystal?
I think I'm gonna eat it.
Tradition wouldn't have saved her. That's why I left. I left and I traveled. I met Ardbird. We found our companions, and together we searched. Are you her? Lamit? Listen, I called you a disgrace before and... My journey was not an easy one. To save my sister, to save them all, I faced 1,000 foes.
1,000,000 foes?
I know, I understand now, and I'm so... But as I did, I learned how wide this world is, how beautiful, how cruel, and how much I wanted to protect it. Perhaps it should have been easy for me then to give up my home forever, for a greater cause. It wasn't. It hurt so much. But you bore it. You forgave them. You survived. Yes, it hurt, but I survived. Because they were there. Because he was there. Ardbird, you stubborn idiot. You sweet boy. You never did understand what you meant to me.
Aww.
Rest well, Lamit. You were the best of us.
Crystals are absolutely the best kind of candy.
We did it! I can hardly believe it! This calls for a drink at the Crystarium, don't you think? If that silences you wondering if I want to go home, well, I can't. I showed my face to you, didn't I? Broke our rules. So I'm thinking I'll give Lamit's way a try. Live proud as an exile, just like all the other folks that she saved. Ah, don't make that face. It's nothing that a little ale won't solve. Ah, that's the stuff. Can I help you? You're staring. Really staring. Do you know you're doing that? I'm glad that you're here. Helm or no? Well, are you sure? Because well, oh. Oh, you're joking, aren't you? For a moment there, I thought... never mind. Anyway, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Firstly, well, you've been following along with my crazy plans this whole time, but I never really said how much I appreciate your help with Self-Racine and Lamit. Thank you. And I think you deserve to know something else too. You know the elder who exiled Lamit? That was my great-grandfather. He's remembered as the greatest warrior of our kind. I always wanted to be just like him, to be strong, honorable, protect our traditions. But Lamit, she saved so many from their suffering. Us dwarves might not even be here today if she hadn't cured Stoneblight. And he took away her home, forever. It's hard to see that as anything other than cruel. Tradition is important, but it's not the only important thing. Kindness, empathy, love, this world and the living, breathing people in it, they matter more. That's what I learned from all the folks I shared drinks with, from Lamit and from you. And I intend to keep learning, here in this city, with my face plain for all to see, and my head held high. So you know where to find me next time you want to share a drink. I know our job is done, but you'll always have a place at my side, you hear?
Björn is the king of the dwarves in Final Fantasy IV. Which was the main reason to think she was a man. Oh, I see. That is an interesting twist. Right, so that of course means that what we have left is taking a picture for the next stream, which is over there, in the middle of nowhere. So if you want to be on the thumbnail picture, come over to here on Alpha Light. And if you want me to wait for you, come on down, let me know that you're coming. Do you want to be on the thumbnail, Aradel? Since you're already in the city and everything. Walter Light. It is a pretty minor twist, but it is a twist nonetheless. Mm-hmm. Three elves and a dwarf, indeed. A bad joke? I don't know what you're talking about. Remember, if you want to do an emote or an expression, do that and then do the expression. It is a very nice theme in the Crystarium. It's very uplifting in a way. I also really like the Sharlayan theme. He looks... I just now realized, like, I'm smiling, Aridel's smiling, Yumi is smiling, and then...
I am on guard duty.
Wow, he's angry.
Wumpy elf. Hmm.
Is this someone in the stream that just made it? Or did they just see a fellow Lalafell?
Yeah, exactly, Game End. Me and when I'm on guard duty. Also, Game End, I hope you're doing well. I'm guessing if they don't make themselves known that this is just a random partying Lalafell. Ah. We were in the way. They were taking the quest. Of course. That's pretty funny. Right. So that of course means next time we will be doing the Eden raid series from start to finish. Hopefully, I do believe it might be a little bit longer. And if we have time to spare, we will do the Astrologian quest, the level 81. And if we have even more time to spare, we will actually pick up Dark Knight and level it a little bit. Just a little bit. The Eden raid series. Is that just Cerberus from World of Darkness on repeat? You know, it could be. So regarding the Dark Knight thing, over the past week or so, thank you for joining me, by the way. Thank you so much and good night to you. Over the past week or so, I made a poll asking what we're doing for the Endwalker raid and Alliance raid, on account of there not being an optional trial series there. And the winning vote there was that we will level a tank for it. Now, after that, I posted another poll asking which tank we should play, and well, I can't remember exactly how the percentage was, but let's just say that Dark Knight was at least at one point at 69%. Nice of the votes, and they didn't lose that lead, let's just say. So that's why we're going to be playing Dark Knight. So that's the story there. The irony of a pink and cheerful Lalafell using the dark, edgy knight class is quite perfect. I mean, Black Mage? Before you end, what coat are you wearing? I am wearing the Augmented Skaven Coat of Healing. That is the level 70 Poetics one at item level 400. This one. And if you're wondering about the hat, it's this hat. Nabar's Cap of Healing. And naturally, Smol Kai will be wearing pink as she traverses through the Dark Knight story. That's a familiar bird.
I think the caster hat, the caster Nabath hat is the same. And I think the Skaven coat of casting is also the same. It's just grey in the places where the healer one is white. I don't know if they dye differently, but I'm pretty sure the caster and healer versions are the same. I don't know if the hat is exactly the same, but I'm pretty sure there's an Abath cap of casting as well. It's red, not grey. Bit of both? Maybe. Although I do agree, the caster one is more, like it's red in different places, and it is a little bit more red too. Anyway, I was just trying to be funny. Don't worry about it. Still, if you want this specific coat, it is both for casters and healers. So don't let it deter you that the one that I'm using is the healer one. Part of the reason we're wearing this coat is just because it's funny. When we got it, we coined the outfit the Kai-intist, because she looks a little bit like a scientist. We lost the hat though, because... well... it looked a little wild. We wanted the glasses back, but then we found a big, cute hat. And we used that instead. Right then. If you enjoyed this stream and the wonderful people that you met in the stream, I know at least some of them, if not most of them, are actually on the Discord community server where you can meet more of them and hang out. You can also find me. You can also find the weekly schedule. Where you can see what else is happening. I usually update this Sunday or Monday, which means, of course, tomorrow. And you will also find the announcement room where I post a link to whenever there's a new video, a new stream, whatever it is, it shows up there first. You can also go into the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. And if you do, you will get a little notification whenever I post a video, post a schedule. You will also get a 15-minute reminder just before when there's like a time-sensitive thing like a stream coming up, so you don't miss a second. If you did in fact enjoy this stream, it will help me a lot if you leave a like on the stream itself, you know, the thumbs up in the YouTube system. That tells YouTube that this was an enjoyable stream and you would like more people to see it, and that helps me a lot. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything that I have. And indeed, Silvermint 7.0, we should have a glasses or a face slot, so look forward to that. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And now, all we have left to do is put Smol Kai to bed. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night. Good night.